Good morning, we're on the record. Good morning. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia, and in accordance with DC Code Section 2-571HC of the Open Meetings Act, I'm welcoming you to the regular scheduled meeting of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board. This meeting is being conducted pursuant to guidance made available by the District of Columbia's Office of Open Government regarding electronic meetings held by public bodies. Electronic meetings by the ABC Board are authorized pursuant to Section 2-577A of the DC of the DC Code. Pursuant to the OMA requirements, notice of today's meeting was provided 48 hours in advance of the meeting on ABCA's website and on the District Central meeting calendar. The notice included the time, date, agenda, and call-in or login information for public participation. This electronic meeting has been hosted by a WebEx account provided by the District of Columbia government. Please address any questions or complaints to the OOG at opengovoffice@dc.gov. My name is Donovan Anderson. I'm chairperson of the board. I would like to introduce the other members of the ABC board who are also participating electronically. Please respond when I announce your names. Mr. Silas Grant.
Mr. Silas Grant, present.
Ms. Terry Janine Quinn.
Ms. Terry Janine Quinn, present.
Mr. David Meadows.
Good morning, Mr. David Meadows, present.
Mr. Ryan Jones.
Mr. Ryan Jones, present.
The board has 5 members in attendance for the conduct of business, and that constitutes a quorum. Before we get underway with today's hearing calendar, I need to make a few instructions very clear so that the conduct of these hearings is understood by everyone. There are 8 cases scheduled for this morning's calendar. Once your case is called, I will take a moment for our IT specialist to elevate the rights for each party to enable their camera and microphone. Then and only then will you have the ability to enable your equipment. If your case has not been heard, you will remain mute and your camera will be disabled. At the conclusion of each case, the parties will have the option to leave. If the party chooses to stay, all cameras and microphones for the concluded case will be disabled. Should you have any questions or require technical assistance in the hearing, please submit them using the question and answer feature. Our first case this morning is a protest hearing status, case number 26 PRO 00020, Pearl Dive Oyster Palace, Blackjack, license number 85382. Good morning, Ms. Doriana. Can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case?
Good morning, Cameron Nixon, active. Eric Marone, active elevated, and Neil Rockland, active elevated. That is all, Chairman.
Thank you. Can I have the parties come on camera? Can I have all parties on camera, please? Is Mr. Rockland available to come on camera? Hi, good morning, Mr. Mixon. Can you please spell and state your name for the record?
Mr. Chair, Cameron Mixon, counsel for the applicant, CAMERONMIXON.
Good morning. Mr. Marone, can you please spell and state your name for the record? Identify yourself, please.
Good morning, Eric Marin, ERICMERRON.
Good morning, Mr. Marin. Mr. Rockland, if you're representing the ANC, can you please come on camera, sir?
Okay, I'm trying here.
All right,
Start
fine.
video. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, sir. Can you please spell and state your name for the record, sir?
Neil, Neil, Rocklin, Rocklin.
And who do you represent, sir?
ANC 2F02.
No, sir, you represent ANC 2F because um,
02. Yeah.
no, sir. There's a protest hearing, and the protest hearing was filed by ANC 2F. And so you are the representative of ANC 2F.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Now, I always say that because when protests are filed, it's filed by the entire ANC. And so when you're here, I know that you might be the ANC representative for ANC 2F, but at the forum, then you have to say that I'm here representing ANC 2F and not your single member district. So that's what I always remind ANC commissioners that when you're here at the ABC board, you're representing the entire ANC and not just your single member district. Okay, that's why I'm not trying to be picky. I just want to because the board gives full standing to the entire ANC, not a single member district. Okay.
Yeah, thank you. This is my first time, so it's a learning experience. Appreciate it.
That's fine, sir. All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Mixon, do you have any preliminary matter to bring to the attention of the board?
No, Mr. Chair.
And on behalf of the ANC, Mr. Rockland, do you have any preliminary matters that you need to bring to the attention of the board?
Well, preliminary matters, what does that mean?
Meaning that not substance. So like if you have any issues, if you're like, okay, we're gonna sign a settlement and we think that we're very close to, those not substantive issues, but or if you have any problems or stuff, just stuff like that.
No, I don't believe so.
Oh, that's fine. And Mr. Marin, is that how you pronounce your last name, sir?
Marin, correct. And
Marin,
no,
okay.
I have nothing to raise either. Thank you.
Okay, fine. All right. If this matter is not scheduled, then if this matter is not settled, it is scheduled for a protest hearing on May 6th at 1:30 p.m. Are the parties familiar with the protest status or the protest proceeding for hearing, or do I need to read the process for the parties?
I would appreciate you reading the process.
Okay. All right, hold on. Let me find the updated directions. Hold on. Oh. Okay. All right. All right. A protest hearing is an administrative trial proceeding that is decided based on testimony and evidence. The board will decide the case based on evidence and reasoning related to the issue at hand. In proceeding to a protest hearing, you should be very clear about what you want and the basis of your request, whether it is the approval or denial of the license or the imposition of conditions on the license. The board does not intend to hear testimony on matters that are irrelevant, immaterial, or redundant to the protest issues. The board will also not decide the case based on the popularity of the parties, unreasonable speculation, or mere opinion. This means if you are not prepared to provide evidence and reason to support your position, the board may not adopt your recommendation. You should have received from the agency a letter explaining the protest process and a copy of the protest information form. If you have not received that as yet, by the end of this hearing, you will receive that. You are required to complete and submit the protest information form 7 days before the date of the hearing. This document needs to be submitted to ABCA and to the opposing parties in this matter. If we do not receive a copy of your protest information form, your case may be dismissed because you did not provide appropriate notice of the evidence and arguments you intend to present at the hearing. In deciding this case, the board will decide your case based on the testimony, evidence, and materials accepted as evidence during the hearing. This means that anything you want considered should only be submitted with the protest information form, but also formally entered into evidence during the proceeding. This further means that the board will ignore any outside comments provided by non-parties in deciding this matter unless the persons are called as witnesses or a party enters those comments into evidence during the hearing. The parties are further advised that you are limited to case presentation and cross-examination of no more than 1.5 hours and 5 witnesses. If additional time or witnesses are required, please file a motion explaining why additional time or witnesses are required. In this particular case, because there's more than one, there are 2 Protestant groups, so therefore you have the ANC and you have the group of 5 or more. The parties need to, the group of 5 or more and the ANC, they need to internally decide who's going to represent the Protestant at the hearing. So we're not going to have the ANC present a case and the Protestant, the group of 5 or more, present a case. So you have to jointly agree who is going to lead the protest at the protest hearing. Okay? Finally, please be advised that this hearing will be conducted virtually. Therefore, it is important that you ensure your technology is working, you're familiar with how to use it, you have a reliable internet connection, and you and your witnesses are in a location suitable to participate in a formal hearing. Mr. Murray, one thing I will also advise you, if a settlement agreement short of a hearing is reached between the ANC and the licensee, if you're not a part of that settlement agreement or if you refuse to join the settlement agreement, your protest will automatically fall. Okay, it's just as a matter of law that if there's a settlement agreement between the ANC and the licensee, the group of 5, a group, they no longer have standing to participate in the hearing. And one of the reasons why I've stated this is that I've had cases where there's a settlement agreement between a protest between the ANC and the licensee, and for whatever reason, the group did not agree. They did not want to participate, and they want to move forward with the hearing. And by operation of law, the board does not have the authority to continue the protest hearing. Okay, just want to. All right.
Understood.
All right. So as stated, so this matter is scheduled for a protest hearing on May 6th at 1:30, and you must provide, the parties are required to do the PIP, which is to identify the documents and witnesses you'll rely upon at the hearing. And if the parties, if failure by either side to do that, the board is empowered to provide that, is empowered to prevent you from relying on those documents. And so the parties need to share the PIP amongst each other and also provide a copy, to the agency. Any questions by anyone before I conclude this matter?
No.
And the parties are, this is a substantial change. So the parties, if they can, yeah, so but the parties can continue to talk. And if the parties believe that this matter can be settled, they should advise the agency as soon as possible so we do not have to assign an investigator to this case. All right, so good luck with your continued conversations. If you need continued conversations, if this matter is not settled, we will see you then on May 6th at 1:30. Okay?
Thank you.
All right.
Thanks.
Have a great day. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next case in our calendar is case number 26 PRO 00013 Greenway, license number 129363. Mr. Oriana, can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case?
I don't see anyone, Chairman. I'm gonna check in the chat. I'm elevating a couple call-in users. I'm not sure if they may be a part.
Is there, oh, there's a Kamal. I see there's a Kamal, yeah, all right.
Yep, Kamal Nawash, access elevated.
Hold on, and hold on.
Call-in users, if you want to unmute, it's *6.
For the call-in users, is there anyone here for? Is there anyone here from ANC 5C? Is there anyone here from ANC 5C? For the two call-in users, are you here for ANC 5C? Ms. Oriana, can you do me a favor, please? Can you place on, just put in the chat to see if there's anyone here from ANC 5C?
Will do. No update, Chairman.
Okay. Okay. Is there anyone here from ANC 5C? So that's in the chat. We're asking to see if there's anyone from ANC 5C in the chat. Okay. Mr. Nawash, can you please identify yourself for the record, sir?
Attorney Kamal Nawash on behalf of Greenway.
Can you spell and state your name for the record, sir?
Yes, it's Kamal, and last name is Nawas, as in Sam H.
And you represent the owner of Greenway, is that correct, sir?
Yes, sir, the owners.
Okay.
And they're they're in my room, by the way. They're with me.
Well, why don't you have them identify themselves for the record then, sir?
Okay, sounds good. The first one is Mohammed Neda. Go ahead, spell your name.
Mohammed, Mohammed. The last name is Neda.
Come in. And we have a second owner.
Abdul Qadir Nuru.
It's Abdul Qadir Nuru, and it's spelled
ABDULKADIR.
Slow.
NURU.
Do you want me to repeat that? Because he said the first two names fast.
Sir, we have a court reporter to try to transcribe your name in the transcript. So just one more time, sir, please say and spell your name for the record, sir.
Abdul Qadir Nuru. So the first name is ABDULKADIR. Abdul Qadir. Last name is NURU. Nuru.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Okay, this is a protest status hearing for the application for a new license. This protest status hearing was scheduled for 10:30. It is 11:04. There is no one from ANC 5C at this hearing. Because there's no one currently from ANC 5C at a hearing, it is mandatory when we have a protest hearing that the parties, they must appear at the roll call hearing, and they also must appear at this first hearing, the status hearing. Because the ANC is not here, I am making a motion to dismiss their protest. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 5-0. What this means, sir, is that the board will issue an order dismissing the protest. The ANC will be provided, once the order is issued, they will be given 10 days to provide us cause why is it that they failed to appear today. If the board determines that they did not have reasonable cause to appear today, the protest is dismissed and the board will inform the hearing, the board will inform the agency to move forward, to move the process along to issue the license without any restrictions. Okay?
Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right.
Just a quick question. So I'm assuming you're going to send like a letter or something to the other side.
We will issue a board order today stating that, well, the board will issue a board order stating that the protest the ANC is being dismissed based on their failure to appear at the protest status hearing. They have 10 days to respond. Why is it that they failed to appear here today? The board will determine if their reasoning for not appearing today it's good and sufficient cause. If they fail to respond, or if the board doesn't believe that their reasoning is sufficient for them not to appear today, we will instruct the agency to move forward in processing the license. Okay, so
Thank you. Thank
stay
you very
put.
much.
All right, have a great day. All right, bye-bye. The next case on our calendar is case number 26, CMP 00002, Proper 21, license number 113983. Good morning again, Ms. Oriana. Can you please elevate the rights of the government and the licensee in this case?
Sure thing. Shawnee Brown, access elevated, and that appears to be alternate.
Thank you. Good morning, Ms. Brown. Can you please spell and state your name for the record?
Good morning. My name is Assistant Attorney General Shani Brown. That's spelled SHANI BROWN.
Good
Here
morning,
on behalf
ma'am.
of the district.
Good morning. The licensee is not here. However, for show cause hearing status, there is no requirement for the licensee to be here. If this matter is not settled, then this matter is then scheduled for a show cause hearing on May 6th at 10:30 a.m. Just want to remind you, Ms. Brown, that 7 days before the hearing, the parties are required to submit documents and witnesses that they will rely upon at the hearing. Failure by either side to submit timely disclosures, the board is empowered to prevent that side from relying on documents and or witnesses that have not been timely disclosed. All right, any questions?
No, nothing from the district.
All right, thank you, ma'am. All right. The next case in our calendar is case number 25, CMP 00112, Epic Restaurant and Lounge, license number 129639. Ms. Oriana, can you elevate the licensee in this case, please?
Sure thing. Antene Pantalla, access elevated. That is alternate.
Thank you. Can the licensee come on camera, please?
Video.
All right, hold on, sir.
1 second, we're coming on.
right there.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Brown, can you please identify yourself for the record?
Yes, this is Assistant Attorney General Shani Brown. That's spelled SHANI BROWN.
All right, thank you. Can the owner, can he please spell and state his name for the record?
Good morning. My name is Anthony, and the last name is Fantaye. So ANTENEH, and the last name is FANTAYE.
Good morning, Mr. Fante. I see that you have someone else there. Who's that person? Do you want to have them identify themselves for the record?
How you doing? My name is Desmond Clifton. I'm his partner.
Spell your name for the record, please, sir.
DEZMOND Clifton, CLIFTON.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Ms. Brown, are there any preliminary matters in this case?
No, there are none.
Mr. Fournier, any preliminary matters, any that you want to bring to the attention? Not substantive, just any preliminary matters you want to bring to the attention of the agency?
Just lately, so we this is a new business that we've been here for about. I became partner with Undo about I want to say like 6 to 8 months now, and we've been since we became together, we've been thriving a little bit, but just trying to figure it out. As any new business does. But for the last month, or two, we just seem like we just been getting harassed by Abra compared to
All right,
his
hold on a minute, sir. This is not the purpose for this hearing. The purpose, this is I don't know, it says substantial change. I'm not quite sure what the issue is, but this is not the type of, this is not when you make those type of arguments.
Okay, I apologize.
Yeah,
All right.
this matter is scheduled for a show cause hearing on April 29th at 10:30 a.m.
Yes, sir.
Now,
So it's preliminary for that.
right. So if you are going to contest the charges, there are two counts. If you're going to contest the charges that were made in this case, 7 days before the hearing, the whatever documents you're going to rely upon and whatever witnesses that you're going to call, you must provide that information in writing to the government and also to the agency.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so do you have any questions? So therefore, this is when you're going to put your documents and witnesses on to contest the charge in this case. And I guess this case is this Miss Hogan Miller? Is that her case?
Yes.
Do the parties do you have you been contacted, sir, by the assigned government assistant attorney general for this case? Do you have that in contact information, sir?
Yeah, I think I do. Yeah, I have one. I have an email.
Okay, so
Yeah.
all right, so you can have a conversation with that person and to see if this matter can be settled or whatever. I don't know what the charge is, but you can have that conversation with that individual prior to the hearing to see if you can come to some type of agreement. If not, we will see you then on April 29th at 10:30, and then you can make whatever argument that you want to make to say why is it that you're innocent of the two charges that were brought against the establishment.
Yes, sir.
All right, so please have a conversation with the attorney assigned to this case, and also please be cognizant that you have to provide a copy of whatever documents you're going to rely upon or whatever witnesses you're going to rely upon 7 days 7 days prior to the hearing. You need to exchange that with you need to give a copy of those documents to the government, and you also need to provide a copy of those documents to ABCA Legal. Okay? Do you have any questions?
Okay.
Thank you. Thanks so
All
much.
right. Okay. Thank you. Have a great
Thank
day.
you very much. Have a great day.
All right, then. Bye-bye. All right. The next case in our calendar is case number 25CC 00016, Exotic Wine and Liquors, license number 105806. This case has been canceled due to submission of an offer in compromise for the board's review and approval. The next case in our calendar, it is a fact-finding hearing on Bud Appetit, license number 133835. Mr. Oriana, can you please elevate the licensee for this case?
Sure thing. Lisa Scott, access elevated. That is all, Chairman.
Thank you. Can the licensee come on camera, please?
Sending them a request to unmute.
Thank you. I think the person said they're trying to figure out how to do that. Okay. Okay. You can unmute yourself, ma'am, and can you please spell and state your name for the record?
Lisa Scott, Lisascott.
And what is your relationship to this establishment, ma'am?
I own the license, the business.
Okay, good morning, ma'am. This is a fact-finding hearing, and the purpose of the fact-finding hearing is just the board is gathering information. At a fact-finding hearing, the parties are not sworn. So therefore, since you're not under oath, we basically cannot, you're not under oath in the presentation that you make today. And at fact-finding hearings, the board cannot order you to take any specific action. You can volunteer to take certain action, or you can decide not to, but the board at these type of hearings cannot order you to do or take any specific action. So there's just some inquiry. We're just trying to find out about you, your business, and I think it's my understanding you're in the licensing process, that you were previous I-71 gift and shop. So basically, just tell us a little bit about yourself, ma'am, since this is I'm not familiar with you, the board is not familiar with you, and just tell me a little bit about yourself, ma'am.
Okay, well, I never had a brick and mortar shop, so I just wanted to make that clear. But I started DC Cannabis Business Association prior to the licensing to help people in the I-71s, businesses to transition. And so I've been, part of the whole process from beginning to present. So I know all the rules, I know how many amendments, everything that's been going on, and that's me.
So you have never had have you ever had an I-71 business?
Yeah, I did have a I-71 business. I started, that like 8 years ago.
Okay.
But then when I started DC Cannabis Business Association so that we could figure out how to make that transition, because the legal market, the legal licensing was opening up, and I'm a person that wants to help the industry. So I started that association, and we had a lot of town halls with ABCA. Fred Musali and Sean Gordy showed up to most of our town halls. They were in person for a while, and then COVID hit, and we do them Zoom. So we still do regularly quarterly meetings with ABCA.
All right, so your business is it's House 51 LLC, and trade name is Bud Appetit. So who are the owners of this establishment?
That I am the owner, and I have one business partner who is my social equity partner. His name is Richard Davis.
So who's making legal and management decisions for this business?
I am.
So just tell me about your business model, ma'am.
Well, mostly, I had been making edibles. So that's a huge part of the market, and I'm waiting to get started. I have a location on H and 3rd Northwest that I signed the lease back in May of last year, and we're just waiting and working to get it up and running. So in the meantime, I've been, preparing everything that I need for that.
All right. So, so you're a retailer. So
No, I'm not a retailer. It's a manufacturing license.
you're
Manufacturing one.
oh MC. I apologize. MC. I'm well. It says retailer MC. So it's that you have applied for a manufacturing license. So, all right. Um. So what type of products do you wish to? Are you going to manufacture?
I do a variety of products, and I plan to start with ones that are needed and not available in the retail markets right now. Everybody does, gummies and gumdrops and things like that, but I also do baked goods, I do caramels, I do licorice, I do beverages. Um, I just started making chewing gum, and all of this just practicing to get the recipes right and everything. So
Is your business currently selling or gifting any CBD or THC products?
currently, no. I've been in the transition period for quite a while, so I'm just making them and practicing the recipes, but I'm not in the business part.
Mm.
So I'm like broke.
Does the business have any Schedule I'm sorry, does the business have any Schedule 1 substances in its possession, either on site or at another location?
No.
Does the business have any non-medical cannabis products in its possession, either on site or another location?
No. I don't know what you're really asking.
Well, you've
No.
answered. All right, ma'am, if you all
Okay.
right.
Okay.
Does the business understand that the presence or distribution of Schedule 1 or non-medical cannabis products may lead to the closure of the business or the revocation of the license?
Yes.
Does the ownership understand that it can only distribute, store, and sell medical cannabis products provided by DC licensed cultivation centers and well, you're manufacturing, but that you can only does the business understand that it can only distribute, store, and sell medical cannabis products provided by DC licensed cultivation centers?
Yes, I already have some pending contracts with the cultivators to get the product that I need.
Okay. So where are you in your opening process? Where are you? If tell me where we are. What is it you're waiting
I've
for?
been waiting to get the permanent license
Okay.
so that I can then go to the Department of Health and get that approval. And I have created, I'll show you the binder I have. This says all the recipes, standing operating procedures, flow charts, security information, how to train the employees, what all the process that they have to do. We have all the security cameras up and running. We're just waiting to get approval.
All right. All right. Any questions by any board members? Go ahead, Mr. Meadows.
Good morning, Ms. Scott. Very nice to see you here today. I think that it is good to see a woman-owned business leader applying for a license, especially an African-American woman-owned business leader. What is the size of your footprint on 3rd and H? What's your square footage there that you're going to be working with?
It's around 1,100 square feet.
Okay. And you said you have pending contracts with other manufacturers to create your goods. Do you expect
Cultivators.
with the cultivators, do you expect that you will be providing a unique products for the district?
Yeah, I definitely have some unique products.
And that's
I've
all
been
within
practice studying.
that binder that you
Yeah,
showed us?
yes,
Perhaps you
yes.
could turn that into a book one day. Who knows?
Yeah.
And so you're waiting for other things. You're waiting for Department of Health to inspect. Everything will be done on site. You're going to have ovens and all the materials you need, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Well, best of luck to you, and thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank
Any
you.
other questions for any other board members? Um, Before I bring this hearing to a closure, Ms. Scott, anything else you want to share with the board?
Yeah, because I have been, working with ABCA about a lot of issues coming up. One of the issues was the process of making that transition from conditional to legal. And the step-by-step information is not public information. I know there are not too many manufacturing or even cultivation license holders who've been able to make that transition. And part of it is they don't know what they're up against. And I wish ABCA could provide concrete, step-by-step information on what we need to do to make that transition so that people know what they're up against. When you go to college and you have a course, they have a syllabus in the beginning, so you know what you're up against for the whole semester. And it's been a long time since I've been there, but I still remember that existed. But I feel like ABCA doesn't have that.
So
Go
ahead. Go ahead, ma'am.
One of another person who's trying to get his manufacturing license was under the same. We ask people, but you get different answers if you don't ask the right people. But he put all of the ABCA rules, the bill, the amendments into Chat GPT to find out all the rules that you need for manufacturing. That's something that I think that ABCA should provide, but we've done it, but it could be done, for all license holders.
All right. And I will address that with the director. I'm not sure what's available online. I believe on the alcohol side, what you're asking for, I believe that exists. I believe that so I will talk I will bring this to the director to say if it exists, and you can also reach out to him, to Mr. But
I would say that probably all the information is there, but it's in pieces all over the place. And if you don't know what you're looking for, then you might not find it. You might stumble upon it, right? But, that's.
I mean, and this is one of the reasons when we have fact finding hearing. You were issued a license. We're in the process of approving the license, and so it's good to get feedback from you going through the process. What is or is not missing, and what's not provided. And I will address this issue with the agency director to see if we can do a better job in having a step-by-step to have all information in one place, in the sense that if you're applying for a manufacturer's license, if you're applying for a retailer's license or a cultivation license, okay, to have all the information in one place, so therefore the individual can go to the source and find all the relevant information that's necessary. Okay, ma'am? I will bring that to the attention. Any other questions, any other comments or query you want to bring to our
No,
attention?
I appreciate that. I just don't want it to be taken as an insult
I know,
It-
no,
we're
ma'am,
doing okay.
listen. Remember, I said before, it's a fact finding. We're just gathering information, and it's good that we're getting the feedback because this is probably the only opportunity you're going to have to provide feedback to the board. So the board is here, we're making decisions, and we don't necessarily know what's on the ground. And so I appreciate you providing us information about what's on the ground. So no, it's not taken as a criticism. This is, at least I'm taking this as you're providing us some feedback so I can say to the director, tell me what's going on. And because maybe we think that we have the information there, but you're saying the information might be there, but it's not user friendly. Let me put it that way. Because you said the
Yes.
information is there, but it does not appear that it's user friendly. Because as I said before,
Yes.
we've been doing alcohol for a very long period of time. So therefore, I know that if you go on our website, you can find everything in one place about alcohol. That I'm not sure about cannabis. So the feedback that you're providing to us is very instructive, and I it's something that I need to know. And so I'm going to address it with the director. And one of the things that historically, ABCA, we're the agency who you can have a conversation with. We're not the got you. If you whatever you need, if we whatever resources you need, whatever we can provide, we will provide that. So it's good to get this type of feedback from you. So I will know I'll go to the agency director to say, yes, you might have the information there, but it's not necessarily user friendly. Can you revisit this issue? And it's not that Ms. Scott or anyone else is well, because this is a public hearing, anyone can go pick this up on on YouTube. But no, it's not taken as you're complaining about that someone in the agency is not doing something. It's just that you're providing some useful feedback about the information that we have online. And I appreciate you providing this feedback, and we'll try to see what can be done to improve the product. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
So thank you very much for being here this morning, ma'am. It's great to meet you. Normally, this is one of the only times that you'll meet the board that we can have this back and forth conversation. Normally, a lot of times when people come here, it's not because you've done something wrong and the board is like scolding you. But as I said, it's a fact finding here, and we're just trying to gather information, have a free flowing conversation with you, and that's what it is. So. Where we are now, the board will take this matter under advisement, and we'll take this matter under advisement, and we will advise you on the next step in moving towards the approval of your license. And we will. I know you said you've been at this since you've been paying rent since last May. I guess that's what you said. I'm not sure what has taken so long since last May to get to this point, but I'm hoping that it's not the agency. The agency is dragging its feet why it has taken this long. I would hope not.
It was the Department of Buildings that
All right. And as I said before, we don't have control over any other agency, but as long as I can only.
I
Go ahead, ma'am.
excuse me. I understand you don't have control of Department of Buildings or the Department of Health, but you know that it takes a long, long time. And I don't think a lot of people realize that. I mean, there's so many people complaining about how long it's taking.
And unfortunately, there's not much, but the only thing I can do is to make sure that our agency acts as expeditious as possible when you get to us. That's all. So I can assure you that once you get to us, we're not gonna. And if you believe that the agency is dragging its feet, you bring it to the attention of Mr. Masali, or you can write a complaint to the board and it will come to us. If you believe that the agency is dragging its feet in the process, because this board can hold the director accountable for its action, and feel free to, you can always write a letter to the board to say, I need the board to do this, and it will come to the board. It will, anytime someone sends a letter to the board always sees it, and it will always be on our calendar to say, or one of our agendas to say, yes, the board saw it and it's an FYI or whatever. So just be mindful that this is an option that you have, that if you believe that the agency is dragging its feet, and it's not going to be, okay, it's a bad thing because you're complaining. No, the board needs to know. You're the consumer. The board needs to know what is happening from your perspective. And if you don't tell us, we're not going to know. So we can so this board can hold the agency director accountable to say, this is why is it that it's taken, why is it that a licensee provides this information to you and it has taken you 6 months to respond, if they've done everything they need to do. Okay?
Correct. Thank you. I appreciate that. And yeah, we do have quarterly meetings with ABCA, with Musali and Sean Gordy. So they're fully aware, I think, of some of the issues, but you can't control the other departments, but I, I still think something needs to be done.
Well, as I said before, we can only stay in our lane. I can
know.
only
I'm
hold.
fine. I understand completely.
Yeah. The board can only hold Mr. Musali accountable. The board might think it has powers over other agencies, but no, we are being told to stay within our lane, and so this board will do whatever we can do to ensure that Mr. Musali and the agency acts as expeditiously as possible in approving licenses. Okay, ma'am? Thank you for being here today.
Yep.
It's very refreshing. It was great meeting you.
All right. Thank you.
It's great. This is actually one of the better fact-finding hearings I've had with a licensee. I'll say that to you. Very impressive, your presentation, and I wish you good luck with your business, ma'am. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, have a great day.
Thank you. You too.
All right. All right. Let me see.
Chairman, just want to confirm you're not waiting on me, right?
No, I'm trying to get some understanding what is our next case on my
Okay,
calendar. That's
gotcha.
why I see something in the chat and I don't understand what that message in the chat. And so therefore I'm just trying to find out from our legal office what's the next case on our calendar.
I also forwarded it to the team, so they're aware as well.
All right. Okay. All right, the next case in the calendar, there was a fact-finding hearing on Blunt DC license number 131901. This case has been continued to a date to be determined. The next case on our calendar is Vokzal, VOKZAL, and this is a request for hearing on board order number 2026-025. So Mr. Oriana, can you please elevate the parties in vocal, please?
Good thing. Paul Strauss, access elevated, and Supervisor Investigator Mark Bashirs, access elevated, and that appears to be all term.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Strauss, can you come on camera, please?
Hi. Good morning, members
Well,
of the
Mr.
board.
Strauss, can you please spell and state your name for the record?
Paul Strauss, Strauss, on behalf of the, I guess respondent would be the appropriate term.
What? So who do you
The
represent?
respondent is here as well, Mr. Pomeroff, if you need to elevate him.
Yeah, let's Mr. Who? Who is it? Who needs
Igor
to be
Pomeroff on behalf of the Vauxhall LLC.
Okay, so can he come on camera, please? Sir, can you please unmute yourself? Please spell and state your name for the record.
Igor Ponomarev here, IGORPONOMAREV.
Okay, good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Okay. Mr. Bashir, can you please spell and state your name for the record?
Yes, Mark Brashears, that's MarkBrashears.
Now, all right, so Mr. Strauss, you requested a hearing. Is it are you the one who requested a hearing, sir?
We did request the hearing.
And tell me why you requested a hearing, sir.
Well, the accusation, as I understand it, is that he was selling alcohol without a license. That was not the case. This is an ongoing dispute. This is adjacent to an ongoing broader dispute between the landlord and the business owner. The business owner is also in a dispute with the licensee upstairs. But what happened in this case is he was not operating as an establishment. He was using his kitchen in the business that he owns, the property adjacent to the upstairs place, that to simply reheat food and allow people to use his decorated space for a private birthday party. He was not in this. There were no sales of alcohol. He will certainly cease and desist having birthday parties if that's the board's preference. But if the board intends to make a referral to the OAG for some kind of violation, we don't think that there was a violation of the law.
All right, so hold on. Are you then disputing the facts that are in the cease and desist order?
The facts that allege that it was an illegal sale of alcohol without a license we are disputing. The investigative report does seem to confirm that it was a birthday party. It doesn't make allegations that customers were coming in off the street. It shows the photos show guests all at one communal table. So we're not necessarily contesting the facts as presented. We're just contesting that any laws were broken by him having a birthday party in the business he owns. If I wanted to have a similar gathering here at my law firm, I don't know that the ABCA board would be implicated either.
Well, if you're having it, if you're gonna have a gathering at a commercial space where you're serving alcohol, so you do need a license. If you're having a gathering in your private residence, ABCA doesn't have jurisdiction there, but if you're serving or selling alcohol in a commercial space, you need some type of licensing to do that. Okay, at least that's my understanding of the law. If you're selling or serving alcohol in a commercial space, you have to. Well, I guess.
We've celebrated
I
many of
stand
my
corrected.
employees' birthdays here
No,
in a commercial, my law firm, which is a commercial space. So if I need a license, that's very.
No, Mr. Strauss, I stand corrected. You having a happy hour at your law firm is okay. I stand corrected. Okay. I stand corrected. You're right, sir. If you're having a happy hour at your law firm, you don't need a license for that. That is okay. Okay. That's all right. The law in effect is 25-101, sale of alcohol beverages without a license prohibited. No person shall sell any alcoholic beverage in the District of Columbia without first obtaining an appropriate license as required by this title. D, no person operating any business where food, non-alcoholic beverages, or entertainment are sold or provided for compensation, or where facilities are specifically provided and services rendered for the consumption of alcohol beverages, who does not possess a license under this title shall permit the consumption of alcoholic beverages on the premises. So that's 25 -101. Okay, so that is the relevant provision here. So let me hold on. Let me see. All right, so the part of it which is D, which is no person operating any premises where food, non-alcoholic beverages, or entertainment are sold or provided for consumption, or where facilities are especially provided and services rendered for the consumption of alcoholic beverages, who does not possess a license under this title shall permit the consumption of alcoholic beverages on the premises. Okay. So that is a provision that is relevant with this matter. And so let me ask Mr. I'm gonna call Mr. Brashears, and then we can operate by that. Okay, because so Mr. Brashears, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
Mark Brashears, that's MarkBrashears.
Can you raise your right hand, please, sir? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do, sir.
All right, thanks. So, Mr. Brashears, what license is issued for 1914 9th Street, Northwest?
That is for Quartz Bar, and it is specific to the second floor of the building.
So, did you have an opportunity to visit the establishment on December 13th, 2025?
I did, sir.
So, what did you see?
Well, if I can just lay some groundwork,
Yeah, go
Chairperson?
ahead. Yeah, just provide some background. So what happened?
So,
And why?
so
Why? Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, sir. I received a telephonic complaint through the ABCA hotline stating that the establishment on the first floor was operating without an ABC license. So before I went over, I did some records checks, which disclosed that at one time, the whole building was licensed under one specific license, but that transfer to Quartz Bar occurred approximately June of 2025. So when I went over to the establishment that evening, I went up to Quartz Bar and spoke with the owner. He confirmed that the second floor was his establishment and that the establishment downstairs and the basement and first floor was operating without a license. I visited the first floor of the building and I found a birthday party in progress. I met with Mr. Panamarov, advised him of the complaint, and he basically instructed me that he was not selling alcohol. It was a birthday party, and he was allowing the birthday party to go on so that his employees could earn some money toward the holidays. As I instructed him, and as you pointed out in the code, there can be no sale, service, or consumption on the premise without an ABC license. Now, I did not argue his contention that the employees or the party guests brought the alcohol. The pictures were pretty clear. The bar was set up. There was alcohol behind the bar. But the long and short of it, even if he wasn't in fact selling alcohol, it's against the code to allow the consumption on premise. And he further advised that he had that the matter was contentious and that the lawyers were involved between himself and the upstairs tenant. My record review also disclosed that on two separate occasions prior to this evening that his establishment had received a one-day license or temporary license to operate, which told me that he knew he needed a license to conduct the sale, service, consumption of alcohol. But his contention that evening was that he was not selling alcohol.
So, but as an investigator, what's the difference from your perspective?
Well, it's just one more component of the code. As we always instruct someone, sell, serve, or consume on the premise. In this instance, he would need a license for any of the three.
So you're saying he would need a license. Why would he just be specific, why as an investigator, you're a supervisor investigator. So why would he need a license for this birthday party?
Well, first of all, sir, even though he said it was not open to the public, I was able to come through the front door of the establishment or through the front door of the building and enter the establishment unabated and wander throughout the facility until I made contact with him. So as far as I could tell, coming off the street, it was potentially open to the public. And even if it weren't, they are an establishment that sells food, provides entertainment, and as you stated, non-alcoholic beverages and things. He would still need the license, and the license would be required to prohibit places from operating without a license. I mean, there are provisions in the code where establishments such as nail salons, barbershops, and things can give out small amounts of alcohol, but they're not establishments that sell food and have entertainment and things of that nature.
All right. And so you saw, is it correct that you saw alcohol on site?
Yes, sir.
And where did you specifically see the alcohol on site?
There was alcohol on the tables. There was alcohol on the bar. There was alcohol on the shelves behind the bar. And there was alcohol in glass coolers behind the bar being chilled. So as I viewed it, there was alcohol throughout the establishment. And it appeared as though it was being served.
Did you personally observe any patrons bringing in their own alcohol?
I did not. I arrived, everyone was seated and the festivities were ongoing, but I did observe people with what appeared to be glasses of wine and things at the table during the event.
Did you recall seeing any wait staff there? Or people who as an investigator who is you're a supervisor investigator. Let me ask you a question, Mr. Bashir. Just tell me about your work history, please.
Here at ABCA?
Yes.
I've been with ABCA 13 years. 5 of that was as a line investigator. The last, coming up on 13 years now. I've been a supervisor the second half of that period. So I've not only conducted investigations, I've trained people in investigations, and in this instance, there was a wait staff. I did not personally see them carrying alcohol. They very well may have been there serving food, but there was a wait staff, and I believe the Mr. Ponomarov, I believe his wife was present as well. So it very well could have been what they say it was, but the contention they would still need to have an alcohol license to do what they were doing. That was how I read the code.
Okay. Did you personally observe? I know you said you saw alcohol behind the bar. Did you observe anyone taking alcohol from the bar and consuming it, or yeah?
I did not see any wait service or anyone delivering alcohol. I did see empty containers and things on the bar as though they were being brought back by wait staff, but I did not observe that.
Did you observe any sales of alcohol or food? Sales.
I did not, as I stated, I believe I arrived like mid festivities. Everyone was already seated, eating, drinking. So, and I was in and out fairly quickly.
Okay. All right. Any questions by any board members of Mr. Bashir? All right. Mr. Strauss, any based on your contention, any questions of Mr.
Well, just
Bashir?
yes, and thank you, Mr. Anderson. So, Mr. Bashir, just to be clear, the parties were all at one combined table, were they not?
That's correct, sir.
And although the door was open and nobody stopped you at the door, um, well, let's explore that. There was no maitre d' who offered you a table or handed you a menu or attempted to seat you as if you were a patron coming in. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
And while you saw food and bottles of wine on the table, not only did you not see alcohol being sold, is it also true that you saw no food being sold?
That's correct, sir.
And if I understand your interpretation of the code, it's based on the assumption that this is an operating establishment that was selling food or offering entertainment. Am I understanding your legal interpretation correctly?
Yes, sir. They have a business license and a certificate of occupancy, which would make them an active business.
Only because they had the license and the C of O, even if they weren't operating as an active business?
Well, there's not really, in a situation like this, there's not really a situation where even if you're having a private party, you're still licensed to operate. So that's still operating. You still have patrons, you still have people in there against a certificate of occupancy, and you're operating, even if it's a private event, not open to the public. The code is that you still cannot allow this consumption of alcohol without a license.
Well, but what if the restaurant had stopped operating months before and they simply just reopened this place for this one birthday party and were not an operating establishment?
Well, that's kind of, I understand your premise, but it's kind of counterintuitive to say they're not operating. Even though it's a private event, food was being consumed, alcohol was being consumed, wait staff were there. In my interpretation, they were operating, even if it's in a private capacity.
Okay, but we've talked about the hypothetical or the actual examples. I have an operating business that I own. I could have an event. I could bring in food. I could hire somebody to work as a waiter. Are you saying, and I have a business license, so are you saying that I needed a license or need a license? I think Mr. Anderson assured me that I haven't been breaking the law all these years when I have employees celebrating birthdays here.
Well,
Do you disagree with the chairman's analysis of that legal fact pattern?
No, I don't disagree in your case, but the definitions are fairly clear here. This is an establishment that's designed to sell food, have entertainment, non-alcoholic beverages and things. So
did you see any entertainment? Forgive me I didn't mean to cut you off if the rest of your answer is responsive to my other question.
No, I did not. But under those stipulations, they would need a license to have alcohol consumption on the premise.
Okay. So you saw no entertainment, you saw no sales of food. I mean, I have a kitchen at my law office, and we even set up a table that would arguably look like a bar. Did you see a bartender behind the bar that was operating?
I did not.
Okay. So do you have any reason to doubt that he and his wife were hosting this birthday party for friends, notwithstanding the other issue? Was there any facts that you observed that contradicted his representations to you?
No, not at all.
Okay. So he testified and responded and cooperated fully and was truthful in all of his responses to you, as far as you know?
Yes.
Okay. When was the last time you were in this particular piece of real property prior to your call tonight?
That evening.
Okay. But before that, had you ever visited 1914 9th Street before?
Not that I can recall. No, sir.
So you have no basis or knowledge independently to know how long this had been operating at a restaurant or how long the restaurant had been when the restaurant ceased operating?
I could only go based on ABCA records.
Okay.
When the license is basically the as I stated before, what I showed in ABCA records was the first, second, and basement were all one entity, and then at some point, Quartz Bar split off, at which time Voxel was its own entity.
And by way of background, members of the board, that's going to be the subject of some litigation, but I don't want to prejudge or go down too much of a tangent. But hypothetically, if this was a fully licensed restaurant once with an ABC license, you've represented, and we're not disputing that at some point that license changed and they stopped operating as a licensed establishment. And you don't know, you have no evidence that without that ABC license, but for the 2 times that they got a proper one-day ABC license, that they had ever operated as a restaurant, even without alcohol, with the exception of the times they got the one-day license?
That's correct, sir.
Okay. So, respectfully, Mr. Anderson, members of the board, our proffer and our representations, and they're not really contradicted representations, are there was a real estate dispute with the landlord. They stopped being a ABC licensed establishment. There's no evidence that they ever violated, that they continued to operate as a restaurant who sold food or who offered entertainment anytime after that. There were 2 instances where they properly operated one day with a proper license. And then,
Mr. Strauss, hold on a minute, please. Are you done asking questions of Mr. Brashears?
Yes.
All right.
Sorry.
Okay. All right.
I moved into argument without your leave. I apologize.
All right. Okay. All right. That's why. Okay. So I think you're trying to make sure I was paying attention. That's what it is. That's why you did that. You're just trying to make sure I was actually paying attention to this hearing. So, all right, Mr. Brashears, thank you very much for your appearance today. Okay. All right, Mr. Strauss. Yeah, so the board issued a cease and desist order. And we think that the board's position is that it's 25-102 D, that is the operative portion of the statute. And so you're stating from your client's perspective, what is your client's position?
He had stopped operating as a restaurant, so he was not selling food. He was not offering entertainment. He was closed. He allowed this space, which he is still in legal possession of as a business owner. We contend that that makes him a property owner, but I think we'll be arguing about that on another day. To be used for a birthday party for intimate friends and family. The investigator credits his testimony that his wife was there. This was not a professional operation. The idea that the door wasn't locked and that nobody stopped him, I think, in fact, cuts the other way. If he had walked in and somebody had stopped him and tried to ask him if he had a reservation or handed him a menu, that would suggest something different. This was a birthday party in private property. It was no longer functioning as a commercial establishment. He was under no obligation to cancel his restaurant license, which he paid for. He was not offering entertainment, so there was no license to have an entertainment endorsement on. The testimony is that it was mostly bottles of wine on the table. There was no bartender mixing drinks or selling drinks. And he 100% cooperated and truthfully responded to the investigators' questions. I have to say that as someone who, for many, many years has practiced law and appeared before this board and feels like they understand laws, based on that fact pattern, my advice would have been that he was operating within the bounds of the law. And I think any evidence to suggest that he wasn't is based on assumptions, because he hasn't canceled a restaurant license. He doesn't need to do that. He certainly wouldn't revoke a certificate of occupancy. Even the anonymous caller identified that she had an ulterior motive and that they were working with the landlord to try and force this guy out, something that we call constructive eviction, which is a separate type of tort. And so I think based on the facts, most of which we're not contesting in the investigator's report, he broke no laws. However, he is ceasing, he is desisting. And the fact that he had gotten 2 one-day licenses doesn't mean that he knew the law and then decided to break it. It meant that if he was going to engage in conduct that required a license, he knew how to get a one-day license. This was intimate family and friends. This was bottles of wine on the table. And I think his testimony is consistent with the facts as alleged. And I have lots of respect for Mr. Bashir and his experience, but it's clear that his assumptions were based on paperwork being in a file and not anything he saw that led him to conclude that this was an operating establishment that was selling food. No food was sold the day before. No food was sold the day after. There was no entertainment. So I think, and the admitted bias of this was not some anonymous citizen hoping to enforce the law. They were pretty clear that they had an ulterior motive to try and harass them. So he has no intention of hosting other birthday parties there without the license, but I don't think he did anything wrong on the particular night in question. I think the facts support that contention.
I guess just for the record, you can answer on behalf of your client. What type of business is Vocal? What type of business is that?
It was a licensed restaurant with a liquor license, and as part of his agreement with the property owner, they were all operating in the building under one license. And I think at some point there may be a later hearing, but as a result of a dispute with the landlord, our contention is, and most of these facts will be heard in another forum of Superior Court, but the landlord conspired with the other establishment to amend without Mr. Pomerov's consent the license that he was operating under and take away the authority to sell alcohol on the space that he was occupying. And so this is the board should not be dragged into what's essentially a real estate dispute between the building owner and the business owner. We contend both are property owners. Again, we have a pending hearing that will be heard at another date. You have our motion for reconsideration. But this was a closed restaurant. You cannot go there now. They had stopped operating because it was not economically viable without the license. And this was a one-time birthday party in a space that had once functioned as a restaurant, but didn't any longer.
I thought I heard earlier that for this it was and maybe I didn't hear correctly that this was for the staff to earn money. Did I hear that correctly somewhere, or did I think I hear that, or was that mentioned in the report?
He may have made that representation, which is why, why have the birthday party at the site of his former restaurant where his staff was no longer employed on a full-time basis. I don't know that using staff at a party, whether it's at your home, whether it's at my law firm, or whether it's at a place that once was a restaurant but had not operated in that way any longer, puts him on the wrong side of the law. And so the fact that he had people working and that he was paying them only shows his compliance with the DC wage hour laws, because if he was not paying them and making them work, we'd be in trouble with another agency.
All right. All right, so this is you request a hearing. So what is it that you're asking the board then to do?
We certainly think that this doesn't warrant referral to the Attorney General, which is what the cease and desist order suggested. We are representing that operations have voluntarily ceased. and we will commit on the record that he is desisting. So it's not like we're seeking to continue this conduct, but we think no laws were broken here and that the order should be rescinded. He's been properly advised, and I am, even as experienced counsel, more aware of how the board may interpret this provision in the future. And so I think that the prior order should be rescinded and no further action need be taken here.
All right. Thank you, sir. All right. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia, in accordance with 2-575 of the Open Meetings Act, I move that ABC Board hold a closed meeting for the purpose of seeking legal advice from our counsel on case, I guess it's on board order number 2026-025, I guess, which is VOCAL, VOKAL, pursuant to DC Official Code Section 2-575B4A of the Open Meetings Act, and deliberating upon, I guess this is now board order number 2026-025, which is VOCAL, for the reasons cited in DC Official Code Section 2-575B13A of the Open Meetings Act. Is there a second?
Mr. Meadows, I second the motion.
Mr. Meadows, a second. The motion would have a.
It should be exempt from the process. So I'm just telling you what he's telling.
Mr. Motion was second. I will now take a roll call vote before us now that's been properly second. Mr. Grant. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn, are you able to unmute? I think Ms. Quinn is having some technical issues. I know she's there, however. Mr. Meadows?
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones?
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 4-0. I believe that Miss Quinn is there, but she's having some issues unmuting. So as the motion has passed, I hereby give notice that ABC Board will recess this proceedings to hold a closed meeting pursuant to Section 2-575 of the Open Meetings Act. Mr. Strauss, yes, this is this request, this on your request for hearing on board order number 2026-025. The board will take this matter under advisement, and as stated before, the operative section of the law that I've quoted for you to, I've quoted in the record the applicable, in this case, the applicable section of the law. Okay, sir? All right. Thank you for your presentation today. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, members of the board.
All right, thanks. All right, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
All right, so we are at the end. Okay, we're at the end of our morning calendar, and so let's do our agenda items for the day. So let's do the legal agenda. The legal agenda outfall. On the legal agenda outfall, there are there are 10 items. I'm going to review all 10 items in the record. Then I'll make some recommendations, and I'll make a motion for the ABC board members to vote to approve the recommendation that's put forth by the chair. So number one, review of a settlement agreement. This is in case number 26PRO00016. This is Borasso Atlantico, Floria Atlantico, license number 131191. The recommendation is for us to approve the settlement agreement. Number two, This is a review of an offer in compromise. This is in case number 22 CC 00009. This is Chesapeake Big Market, license number 117463. And the offer in compromise is as follows. For charge one, is a sale to minor, statutory authority, DC Code Section 25-781A1, F, and there's a $5,000 fine paid within 30 days, or the license shall be suspended indefinitely until the fine has been paid. There is also suspension. The license shall be suspended for 15 days with 10 days to be served from April 6th to April 15th, and 5 days stayed for 1 year. Other terms, all employees who serve alcoholic beverages in the licensed establishment must complete an alcohol training program within 3 months from the OIC's date, and the respondent shall serve 6 days suspension starting from April 16th to April 21st, 2026, as activated from case number 24 CC 00023. Charge 2. Failed to take reasonable steps necessary to ascertain legal drinking age, statutory authority, DC Code Section 25-783B. There is a $4,000 fine paid within 30 days, or the license shall be suspended indefinitely until the fine has been paid. The recommendation for number 2 is for approval. Number 3, review of an offer and compromise. This is in case number 25 CC 00016. Exotic Wine and Liquors, license number 105806. The offer in compromise for this case is number 1, sale to minor, statutory authority, DC Code Section 25-781. There's a fine of $2,000 payable within 30 days of the board accepting the offer in compromise. If payment is not made in 30 days, the license will be suspended until the payment is received. Suspension. The license shall be suspended for 5 days. All 5 days shall be stayed for 1 year. Term 2. All employees who sell alcohol beverages in the licensed establishment shall complete an alcohol training program within 3 months from the OIC's date. The recommendation, therefore, is an acceptance of approval of the offer in compromise. Number 4, review of an offer in compromise. This is in case number 25 CC 00018. This is Bidwell, license number 92990. And the offer in compromise for Bidwell is as follows. Charge 1, sale to minor, statutory authority, DC Code Section 25-781. There's a fine of $2,000 to be paid within 30 days, or the ABCA license will be suspended indefinitely until the fine has been paid. Number 2, the license shall be suspended for 5 days, with all 5 days stayed for 1 year. Number 3, all employees who serve alcohol beverage in the licensed establishment shall complete an alcohol training program within 3 months from the OIC's date. The recommendation for this case is also approval of the offer in compromise. Number 5, review of respondent's motion to consider. This is in case number 25 CMP 00010. This is Dirty Water, license number 125771. The recommendation is to deny. Number 6, review of the government's motion opposing respondent's motion to reconsider. This is in case number 25 CMP 00010, Dirty Water, license number 125771. The recommendation is that number 6 is moot. Number 7, review of respondent's motion to government's motion opposing respondent's motion to reconsider. This is again in case number 25 CMP 00007, Dirty Water, license number 125771. Recommendation, this is also moot for number 7. Number 8, review of public comment. This is Hyatt House, Washington, D.C., Convention Center, REALM, REALM. The license number is 128557. This is just an FYI for the board. That's a recommendation. Number 9, review of public comment. This is for Le Diplomat, license number 088243. This is the recommendation. This is an FYI to the board. And number 10, review of an application. This is, sorry, this is for A Plus Liquors and license number 130506. Recommendation, approval to issue a board order requiring the applicant to provide documents related to the lease and authorization to use the applied for property, or the application may be dismissed for abandonment. That is a recommendation of number 10. I therefore make a motion that ABC board members vote to approve the recommendation that's put forth by the chair for the legal agenda. I'll call. Is there a second?
Ms. Quinn, I second.
Ms. Quinn has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. And the next agenda is our legal agenda, medical cannabis. There's one matter on this agenda, and it's the review of a settlement agreement. This is in District Wellness Center, license number 127952. The recommendation approval. I make a motion that the ABC board vote to approve the approval of the settlement agreement. Is there a second?
Mr. Meadows, I second.
Mr. Meadows has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. We now move to our alcohol licensing agenda. On the alcohol licensing agenda, there are 11 license requests. I will review all 11. I will make some recommendations, and then I'll make a motion that ABC board members vote to approve the recommendation as put forth by the chair. The number 1, review application for stipulated license with letter of ANC support for a new ABC license. This is for Augies, AUGIES. The license number is 135310. Recommendation approval. Number 2, review request to remove the license from safekeeping for reopening on April 2nd, 2026. This is for Fairways Liquors, license number 133574. Recommendation approval. Number 3, review application to extend safekeeping of license. This is for Joe Kaplan Liquors, license number 060351. Recommendation fact finding. Number 4, review application to extend safekeeping of license. This is for Rooftop Kitchen at City Ridge, license number 124582. Recommendation approval through September 30th, 2026. Number 5, review application to extend safekeeping of license. This is for Taboo, license number 134214. Recommendation approval through September 30th, 2026. Number 6, review application to extend safekeeping of license. This is for The Grace, license number 100573. Recommendation approval through September 30th, 2026. Number 7, review application to extend safekeeping of license. This is for Monroe Street Block C Retail LLC, license number 134844. Recommendation approval through September 30th, 2026. Number 8, review application to extend safekeeping of license. This is Flirt Cocktail Bar and Social Club, license number 127493. Recommendation approval through September 30th, 2026. Number 9, review application for change of hours to sell alcohol beverages earlier during the operating hours inside of the premises only. This is for Spark Social House, license number 134059. Recommendation approval. Number 10, review application for the on-premise storage permit endorsement to store unopened alcohol beverage inventory off-site and made-to-measure cocktails. This is for Chef Golf license number 060249, recommendation approval. And number 11, review application for the carryout and delivery endorsement. This is for Zoan Cafe, license number 134271, recommendation approval. I therefore make a motion that ABC board members vote to approve the recommendations as put forth by the chair for the alcohol licensing agenda. Is there a second?
Mr. Jones, I second the motion.
Mr. Jones, the second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Sorry. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. And so now let's do the supplemental licensing agenda. On this agenda, there are 4 license requests. I will make some recommendations, and then I'll ask that there will be ABC. I make a motion that ABC board members vote to approve the recommendation put forth by the chair. Number 1, review application for stipulated license with letter of ANC support for street or endorsement. This is for TAP 99, license number 116883, recommendation approval. Number 2, review request to transfer the caterer's license location to 1900 7th Street Northwest. This is Sandlot Anacostia, license number 122231, recommendation, fact finding. Number 3, review letter of opposition to safekeeping extension. This is for Joe Kaplan Liquors, license number 060351, recommendation, fact finding. And number 5, review of request for a refund of late fees paid for involuntary transfer of license, which was appealed and reversed. This is the Duver Family Trust. The license number is 130901, recommendation approval. I therefore make a motion that ABC board members vote to approve the recommendations put forth by the chair for the supplemental alcohol licensing agenda. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. We now move to the board's temporary license and one-day substantial change docket. Excuse me, there are 20 applications on this docket. I will review all 20. I will make recommendations, and at the end, I'll make a motion that ABC board members vote to approve the recommendation put forth by the chair. Number 1, a request from David Dickerson for one-day license class F, 20th anniversary celebration. This is May 14th. The license number is 135602. 120 attendees, 3 security guards, recommendation approval. Number 2, a request from Maureen Dunn, one-day license class F, Tango Dance live music event, April the 11th. The license number is 135611. 40 attendees, 1 security guard's recommendation approval. Number 3, a request from, I'm going to spell this, it's ANAHITA. The middle name is HOSSEINI, and the last name is BADAKHSAI. They're requesting a one-day license class F, the PTA annual fundraising. This is April 25th. The license number is 135599. 300 attendees, 6 security guards, recommendation approval. Number 4, a request from Evelyn, EVELIN, Martinez Cruz for one-day license class F. The event is DC Lawyers Have a Hard 10K, 5K, and Fun Run. This is May 16th. The license number is 135653. 700 attendees, 4 security guards, recommendation approval. Number 5, a request from Lana L. Zine, one-day license class F, concert live music performance. This is April 2nd through April 3rd. The license number is 135656. 100 attendees, 2 security guards, recommendation approval. Number 6, another request from Lana L. Zine, one-day license class F, concert live music performance. This is April the 11th. License number is 135658. 100 attendees, 2 security guards, recommendation approval. Number 7, on the request from Lana L. Zine, one-day license class F, concert live music performance, April 17th. The license number is 135659. 100 attendees, 2 security guards, recommendation approval. Number 8, another request from Lana L. Zine, one-day license class F, concert live music performance. This is April 24th to April 26th. The license number is 135660. 100 attendees, 2 security guards, recommendation approval. Number 9, another request from Lana L. Zine, one-day license class G, concert live music performance. This is April 29th. The license number is 135661. 100 attendees, 2 security guards, recommendation approval. Number 10, a request from Millicent Hawkins, one-day license class G, 70th birthday party, April 25th. The license number is 135609. 200 attendees, 4 security guards, recommendation approval. Number 11, a request from Michael Smith, one-day license class G, happy hour. This is April 10th. The license number is 135610. 200 attendees, 4 security guards, recommendation approval. Number 12, a request from John Issa, one-day license class G, March Madness event. This is April 2nd through April 5th. License number is 135614. 111 attendees, 2 security guards, recommendation approval. Number 13, a request from David Brock, one-day license class F, private wedding, April 27th. License number is 135654. 70 attendees, 2 security guards, recommendation approval. Number 14, a request from Joseph O'Reilly, one-day license class G, wedding, April 15th. License number is 135655. 225 attendees, 5 security guards, recommendation approval. Number 15, a request from Lana L. Zine, one-day license class G, concert live music performance, April the 11th. The license number is 135662. 250 attendees, 5 security guards, recommendation approval. Number 16, a request from the Harp, one-day substantial change. Traditional Irish celebration, nature of substantial change, to have 2 traditional Irish musicians on premises. This is April 5th. The license number is 133946. Substantial change license is 26SC 00603. Recommendation approval. Number 17, request from transmission, one-day substantial change. Nature of substantial change, adjust hours to operate earlier and operate later than normal hours. This is April 11th. License number is 133331. Substantial change license is 26SC 00608. Recommendation approval. Number 18, another request from transmission for one-day substantial change. Nature of substantial change, adjust hours to operate earlier and operate later than normal hours. This is April 24th to April 25th. The license number is 133331. Substantial change license is 26SC 00609. Recommendation approval. Number 19, another request from transmission, one-day substantial change. Nature of substantial change, adjust hours to operate earlier and operate later than normal hours. This is on May 16th. The license number is 133331. The substantial change license is 26SC 00610. Recommendation approval. And number 20, our request from Claudia's Table, one-day substantial change, seeking to use the license off premises on private property adjacent to establishment. This is April 4th through April 5th. The license number is 123532. Substantial change license is 26SC 00614. Recommendation approval. I therefore make a motion that ABC board members vote to approve the recommendation as put forth by the chair for the board's temporary license and one-day substantial change docket. Is there a second?
Ms. Quinn, I second.
Ms. Quinn, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn,
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows,
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones,
Mr. Jones, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. We now move to the board's the alcohol license administrative docket as I move that the board, without objection, the board approves the alcohol license administrative docket for Wednesday, April 1st, 2026. On this docket, there are 29 applications. So without objection, I make a motion that the board votes to approve this docket. Is there a second?
Mr. Meadows, I second.
Mr. Meadows has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant,
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn, Ms. Quinn,
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows,
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones,
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. We now move to the board's supplemental alcohol license administrative docket. I make a motion on this docket. There is one application. So without objection, I make a motion that the ABC board vote to approve the supplemental alcohol license administrative docket as published for April 1st, 2026. Is there a second?
Mr. Jones, I second the motion.
Mr. Jones has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant,
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn,
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows,
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones,
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. And let's now move to the last agenda for the morning. It's the medical cannabis licensing agenda. There are 2 matters on this agenda. I'll review them and make recommendations, and I'll make a motion that the board vote to approve the recommendations put forth by the chair. So number 1, review application for extended safekeeping of license. This is for Mr. Nice Guys 2, license number 127919. I make a motion that we approve this through September 30th, 2026. And number 2, review request to expand manufacturing operations to additional floors. This is Easy Day Edibles, license number 126412, recommendation approval. I therefore make a motion that ABC board members vote to approve the recommendations put forth by the chair for the medical cannabis licensing agenda. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I
Ms.
second
Quinn,
the
I
motion.
second.
Ms. Quinn and Mr. Grant have seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant,
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn,
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows,
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones,
Mr. Jones, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 5-0. And with that, the board has dispensed with its agenda items for the morning. And so the board will now, the board is now adjourned until our 1:30 hearing. I'll ask all board members to return briefly to executive session. Thank you. All right, we're back in the record. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the afternoon session of the ABC Board. My name is Donovan Anderson, Chairperson of the Board. Joining me this afternoon are 4 additional board members, Mr. Silas Grant, Ms. Terry Janine Quinn, Mr. David Meadows, and Mr. Ryan Jones. The board has 5 members in attendance for this afternoon for the conduct of business, and we do have a quorum to operate. Before we get underway with this afternoon's calendar, I need to make a few instructions very clear so that the conduct of these hearings is understood by everyone. We have 3 cases scheduled for the rest of for this afternoon. Once your case is called, I will take a moment for IT specialists to elevate the rights for each party to enable their camera and microphone. Then and only then will you have the ability to enable your equipment. If your case is not being heard, you'll remain mute and your camera will be disabled. At the conclusion of each case, the parties will have the option to leave. If the party chooses to stay, all cameras and microphones for the concluded case will be disabled. Should you have any questions or require technical assistance during the hearing, please submit them using the question and answer feature. The first case I'm going to call this afternoon, it's a protest hearing, case number 26 PRO 00011. Rose Marino d'Italia, license number 109613. This hearing has been rescheduled to June 10th at 1:30 p.m. So the second case I will call then this afternoon is case number 25 CMP 00089. Marte Bar and Lounge, license number 125774. Good afternoon, Mr. Oriana. Can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case?
Good afternoon. Roxanne Kerr, access elevated. Mishrak Bekele Kerr, access elevated. Interpreter Meskram Balko, access elevated. Investigator Lakita Coates, access elevated. Alicia Hogan Miller, access elevated. And that appears to be all, Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you. Can everyone please come on camera, please?
I'm trying to. Let me join from here.
I can hear you, ma'am, but you need to come on camera.
Yeah, I can see myself, but I cannot.
I cannot see you, ma'am, and I need to see
Okay,
you.
let me log in with another device. I'm sorry about that. Yeah. Yes, sir.
All right, ma'am. Can you spell and state your name for the record, please, ma'am?
Meskeram, Maskram. Last name Balkew.
And what is your role today?
I am the Amharic interpreter, but the case I was given was for BBN convenience store.
Who are you supposed to interpret for? Who requires an interpreter? All right, let me swear you, because can you raise your right hand, ma'am? Will you faithfully, or hold on, let me make sure I'm reading the, hold on, 1 minute, please. Do you solemnly affirm that you will faithfully and accurately interpret the proceedings in this matter from English, from English to Amharic and from Amharic to English to the best of your ability?
I do.
All right, ma'am. All right, so who are we providing an interpreter for today? I don't know who requires an interpreter.
Good morning, Chairperson. One of the respondents' witnesses the respondent requested an interpreter.
The respondent. So who is the person? I'm not sure who's represent. All right. So who's the respondent?
Should we start with putting our appearance on the record?
I'm sorry. It's a what? No, because there's an interpreter. That's why I did her first. But I don't know who is it that needs so I can have the
If I
interpreter
may.
translate for the person. That's why I'm asking the question. I don't know.
This is Roxanne Kerr for the respondent. The interpreter is for one of our witnesses, but I don't believe she needs to interpret the entire hearing, just when that witness is called.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. All right. So, Ms. Hogemiller, can you spell and state your name for the record, please, ma'am?
Assistant Attorney General Alicia Hogemiller, ALYCIAHOGENMILLER, on behalf of the district.
Good morning. Ms. Kerr, can you please spell and state your name for the record, ma'am?
Good afternoon. My name is Roxanne Kerr. That's ROXAN. Last name is KERR, and I represent the licensee.
Okay. All right. So this is Ms. Kerr, I'm not sure if you're sitting behind an open window, so the sunlight, I couldn't recognize you on the street if I was to see you. So because you have the sunlight behind you, so I just want to let you know that. So if I was to see you on the street and I walk past you, it's not personal because I can't really pick out the person who's appearing in front of me, ma'am. Okay.
Do you need me to move?
I'm just sharing with
Okay.
you that you have the
Okay.
sunlight behind you, so at least I can't really see your face well, but I can
Okay.
hear you well. All right, just as
Okay,
an
great.
FYI. All right, and so the interpreter is only needed for one witness, so that's fine. Okay, that's fine. All right, so this is a show cause hearing. And there is one charge, and this is failure to provide video footage within 48 hours. So this is a show cause hearing, and so, well, before I start, Ms. Hogemiller, are there any preliminary matters in this case?
Yes, the district would request a rule on witnesses.
I get I know what you're requesting, Ms. Hogemiller, but in this particular case, even if I say that the witness should not be here, because it's an open hearing on YouTube, the witness can go on YouTube and watch to see what's going on. So irrespective of whatever decision that I make today, even if I would to agree with you, the witness could be watching the hearing on YouTube and hearing everything and defeat the purpose. So you tell me.
Chairperson, then we would also request an admonishment that any witnesses not watch the hearing on YouTube as well.
All right, so what witness is it that you're asking, you're making that request?
Board's indulgence. Marte Bar has identified two witnesses, Jamal Mills and Alem Ababi, who we request sequestration.
Are they currently, no, I don't think, none of the witnesses are elevated. It's not apparent to me that they're elevated. Are they online currently?
I would ask Mr. Regan if they're online, because I'm not able to see that.
If they're, no, I see someone put their hand up, but Mr. Who's currently elevated for this Let me see. Who is?
I see a Jamal in the waiting area.
That's one of the witnesses.
Okay. All right, so we're not, then we don't need to, then that person should not be elevated. I mean, we'll elevate the witness when the person's called. I guess what's your, do you have a position, Miss Kerr? I apologize.
We have no objection to that.
All right, so I would ask that, that the witnesses will not be elevated, and also, ask the witnesses not to follow these proceedings on YouTube. And not to follow these proceedings at YouTube, and that we will call them at the appropriate time to testify when that's necessary. Okay. Are there? So I will just say that yes, I will say so. The none of the witnesses should be. I guess the only witness right now. How many? I think we have the investigators. So any other witness should not be attendees for this hearing. All right, so you can drop them as attendees for the hearing. And once we call the witnesses, then the attorney will reach out to them, and so they can log in and be elevated. Okay. All right. Any other preliminary matter, Ms. Hogan Miller?
Nothing from the district.
Ms. Kerr, do you have any preliminary matter?
If I could just have 1 minute, 60 seconds to change seats, I feel like the light is
Yeah, that's
bothering.
fine. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Uh, Ms. Hogan Miller, we have some technical issues on your request. The witnesses are listed as attendees, okay? And I'm being told that if we were to remove them, then they can't get back in, they cannot log back into the hearing.
Are
So,
they able to be put in a waiting room or?
The best option is for them to leave on their own merit and then join back when called back.
so I'll wait till Ms. Kerr comes back.
I'm back. I'm just settling myself. Pat. Here I am.
All right. Miss Kerr, can you ask your witnesses to log off, please, and that you will text them when they can log back on? Because if
I
I'll
heard.
wait-
I'll do that.
yeah, thank you, ma'am.
Okay, no problem.
I don't see Jamal in the waiting area, just
All
FYI.
right. Okay, thank you, sir. All right. All right. Okay, so this is I'll wait until Ms. Kerr comes back online. Comes back on camera.
Okay, I think that's been taken care of.
Thank you, ma'am. All right. All right, perfect. Now we don't have the background sunlight. Thank you, ma'am. All right. Do you have any preliminary matters, ma'am, Ms. Kerr?
I do not.
Okay. All right. This is a. Are there any stipulations that the parties could stipulate to, or I'm just asking? I'm not asking. Are there any stipulations? Yes. No.
No.
All right.
No.
All right. This is a full show cause hearing. The government has a burden. And the way the process works is that the government goes first. The government will call its witness. The the licensee then, once the government calls its witness, the licensee will have an opportunity. The government, there's someone in the chat, and this person's been on the chat the entire day asking for about a hearing. Could someone figure out what is going on with this person on the chat? Because I don't know. From this morning, there's been someone putting information on the chat about that they need to be heard, and I have no idea what case this is. And I don't know what case this is. Can the legal office please find out who this person is and what the issue is? Because I don't understand why the entire time there has been someone put a notice in the chat to say that they want to be heard, and I don't know what case this is about. So could someone from the legal office contact this person, find out what this is about, and if this is something that the board needs to if this is something that the board needs. I don't necessarily want the person to be expelled. Maybe Ms. Oriana, can you find out, have the person contact legal so legal can let me know who this person is and what case is it that they're stating that they want to be heard. So I don't necessarily want to expel someone from a hearing because I don't know what this is about. So
I'm on it.
please, thank you, sir. All right, and then can legal share with me what is going on, who this person is, and why is it that they are stating that they want to be heard? Because this has been going on since this morning, and I believe that all the cases that a couple of cases were continued today, but I don't know what cases that this person's been complaining about that he needs to be heard today. So I don't know. Okay. I apologize to the parties, but I usually don't respond to chats, but this chat has been popping up all morning, and now this afternoon, and I don't know what persons that is and what case this is about. Okay. All right. Ms. Kerr, I need you to be a bit back in camera, ma'am. And the reason why I always ask that, because I need to make sure that the person is there. So that's why if you're on camera, then I know you're there. If you're not on camera, I'm not sure if we've lost connection. And so that's one of the reasons why, especially when we have a hearing, I always request that you stay on camera, because I want to make sure that all the necessary parties are participated in the hearing. Okay, thank you. All right, so this is a full show cause hearing, as stated before. The government has a burden. The government will call its witness. Once the government has done direct examination, then the licensee, their attorney, will have an opportunity to cross-examine the witness. Then after that, the board will have an opportunity to ask questions of the witness. If the board members, if they don't have any, if the board members, if they do not ask questions, then there's going to be no redirect. There's only redirect if there are questions brought by the board. Then the licensee will have an opportunity to recross, and then the Assistant Attorney General then would have an opportunity to redirect. All right, so once the government has presented its case, then the licensee will have an opportunity to present its case. Then we will have closing, and then I'll have to ask the parties if they want to do proposed finding of effect and conclusion of law, or just make the decision based on what's presented today. Okay? Any questions by anyone before we start?
None from the government.
Ms. Kerr?
None from the respondent.
And I'm not necessarily familiar with you, Ms. Kerr. It's the first time you're appearing before me, but because we're dealing with both attorneys, and you are an attorney. Your name says Esquire, so I do hold attorneys to a higher standard when I do this hearing than layperson. So because we're all attorneys, and now there are 4 attorneys. I'm an attorney, the 2, Ms. Quinn and Mr. Jones. So we have all attorneys. So when I deal with attorneys, there are expectations that I have when I deal with attorneys. So please keep that in mind. We can do cross-examination. I'm sorry, objections. We can raise objections. Again, this is an administrative hearing, so we don't necessarily follow the formal rules of evidence, but we do follow the rules of evidence, but not as strictly as the court of law, because this is an administrative hearing. Okay? All right. The parties will have 5 minutes to do opening statements if they so require. Ms. Kerr, you can either do an opening statement now, or you can reserve until you present your case. That is your option. Okay. Ms. Hogan-Miller, do you wish to make an opening statement?
Yes.
Go ahead, ma'am.
May it please the board. Today's case relates to Marte Bar interfering or failing to cooperate with an ABCA investigation. Today, you'll hear from ABCA investigator Lakita Coates. Investigator Coates will testify about how she was on Georgia Avenue investigating whether establishments were operating after hours. She will testify that she saw patrons inside Marte Bar at 4 a.m. She will also testify about how when she went to the front door, it was locked and she had to get the bartender's attention to get inside. And while inside, she saw that people were moving around a red Solo cup into a sink. Investigator Coates, as part of her investigation, requested that the establishment produce video footage from that night. And Marte Bar failed to do just that. That is why the government brought a singular charge of interfering or failing to cooperate with an ABCA investigation, because it did not produce the requested video footage. At the end of today's hearing, the government will have proven its case by substantial evidence and will ask that the board find in its favor and apply a penalty consistent with the statute. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Kerr, do you wish to make an opening statement at this juncture, ma'am?
I'll reserve, thank you.
All right. And please remind me when you're ready to call your case that you reserve, because sometimes I'm in a zone. So please remind me that you will reserve to do your opening. Okay, fine. Does the government have a witness it wishes to call?
Yes, the government would like to call ABCA investigator Lakita Coates.
Ms. Coates, can you raise your right hand, please, ma'am? And unmute your line. You need to unmute your line, ma'am. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth? Ma'am? I did not hear you, ma'am. I can't hear you. I am not hearing you.
I'll work with her. 1 second.
Okay, thank you.
I affirm.
Now I can't see you, ma'am, but I hear,
Now I
so
can.
now I need to see you, so the government can start.
Investigator Coates, could you please state and spell your first and last name for the record?
I can't see her and she's on mute. And I know she's in the office because when we have investigators testifying, I demand that they're in the office, but the Wi-Fi in the office for the district is not always as reliable as it should for whatever reason.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
All right, go ahead, ma'am.
Could you please spell and state your first and last name for the record?
I don't think she can hear us. One second.
Mr. Anderson, permission to step away for 30 seconds to grab some napkins.
That's fine, ma'am.
She's gonna change rooms. One second.
Okay, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, I can hear you.
Okay,
And so,
awesome.
all right, so let's wait for their turn to come back. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Could you please spell and state your name for the record?
Sure. Lakita Coates, Laketa Coates.
Where are you currently employed?
Ms. Coates? Oh, Lord. Ms. Coates, are you there?
He can't hear me? Yes?
Yes, we can hear you now, ma'am.
Where are you currently employed?
All right. Can she go in the boardroom to testify?
1 second, Chairman. I'm ask her to go to the room.
Yeah. At least I know that when we meet in person, it works in the boardroom. It's my understanding the witness has been moved to a room that our IT professional has set up that we should not have any technical issues for testimony. Can you hear me, Ms. Coates?
Yes, back, and we have it.
All right, thank you. Go ahead, ma'am. All right. Ms. Kerr, are you back? Okay, go ahead.
I'm going to start from the beginning. Can you please spell and state your name for the record?
Absolutely. Lakita Coates, Laketa, last name Clates.
Where are you currently employed?
I'm currently employed at the Alcohol, Cannabis, and Beverage Administration of the District of Columbia.
Would I be able to shorten that to ABCA?
ABCA, correct.
And what is your position with ABCA?
I'm an investigator.
How long have you been an investigator?
I've been an investigator with ABCA for the last 2 years.
What are your duties and responsibilities as an ABCA investigator?
As an ABCA investigator, I conduct inspections and investigations at alcohol licensed establishments within the District of Columbia to ensure compliance.
Now let's turn to the case today. Are you familiar with the establishment located at 4815 Georgia Avenue Northwest, Washington, D.C., Marte Bar?
Yes,
How are you familiar with this establishment?
I'm familiar with the establishment for 2 reasons. The first reason is I was assigned to assist with the protest, like 2024. In addition to this recent interaction that I wrote the case report for.
And so did you conduct an investigation into Marte Bar?
I did.
Did you go to the establishment as part of your investigation?
I did go to the establishment as a part of my investigation.
What day did you go?
I went to Marte Bar on this incident on July 26, 2025.
And what time did you arrive?
I arrived at approximately 4:50 a.m.
Why did you go to the establishment that day?
I went to the establishment, actually, we were doing some surveillance or monitoring alcohol license establishments for after-hour service. So while on Georgia Avenue, I noticed Marte's Lounge was operating. And so went in to ensure that they had an ABC manager and that although they were allowed to operate, that they were not serving and customers were not consuming alcohol.
What did you do once you arrived at the establishment?
Once I arrived at the establishment, the door was locked. So I knocked on the door and attempted to get the bartender's attention in order to gain entry.
Were you able to get inside?
After knocking several times, the bartender finally was able or noticed me and then came to the door unlocked.
And what did you do once you were inside?
Once I was inside, I asked if the owner or the ABC, I'm sorry. Once inside, I identified myself with my badge, my government issued badge, and then asked if there was an owner or ABC manager on the premise that I could speak with.
And was there an ABC manager or owner?
The owner was on premise.
Did you speak with the owner?
I did.
What did you two discuss?
Discussed the hours of operation, if the establishment was serving alcohol, and what their licensed hours were. We, in addition, or before we got to that point, the first conversation was regarding the locked door with patrons on the inside.
So first talking about the locked door, what was her response to your conversation about the locked door?
She said that the door was locked for safety.
And then next you talked about the hours of operation. What did you ask her about the hours of operation?
I asked her what time they were closing and if they were serving alcohol and what time the alcohol service stopped.
What was her response to that?
That alcohol service stopped on time. And so while we're talking, I could see cups and movement moving towards the end of the bar. And I asked her what was going on because it appeared that people were moving cups and shuffling cups at the upper end of the bar.
And how did she respond to your question about the cups?
What she said was that those drinks had already been on the counter or they have already been served and it wasn't alcohol.
Did you request any additional information from the owner?
I did. When she told me that they weren't selling alcohol, I'm sorry. When she told me they weren't serving alcohol and I saw that the cups were moving and the movement at the other end of the bar, I walked down to the end of the bar. Once I walked down to the end of the bar, I saw a cup in the sink and I asked about it. And so she said, oh, it wasn't alcohol. And so I told her that if they were not serving alcohol, like she stated, video footage, video cameras would show that the video or whatever the cup was, if it was alcohol beverage in the cup, if the whatever the beverage was, if it was poured at 10 o'clock in the evening, or if it was poured at 4 a.m., the video footage would definitely tell us what time or if any what went on with the cups or cups that was going on inside of the establishment.
How did you know the establishment had video cameras?
I knew that the Marte has video cameras because, like I stated, I'm familiar with them because I was assigned their protests. And so their protests back in 2024, I had to go and do a walkthrough and an inspection. And during that walkthrough and inspection, I noticed that, well, I knew that they have cameras and then they also have a monitor downstairs. So that's why I know that they have video footage that retains footage.
Did the owner tell you whether or not she would provide the video footage?
I requested the footage.
Objection.
What's the
And
nature
I-
of the objection, ma'am?
Because she's asking if the owner said she'd provided, but I'm not, there's no evidence there's no testimony that she requested anything.
All right, so I'm gonna sustain the objection. I mean, you need to provide some more, Miss Hoggerman. Like, how did we jump there?
2 questions ago, she answered that she requested video footage. But I can ask it again.
Okay, please go ahead.
Did you request video footage from the owner?
I did request video footage from the owner.
And did she indicate whether she would provide it?
She did not say yes and she did not say no. I told her what the request was. I told her what the request was. During the exchange, she was not helpful. And then there was a lot going on. So it's safe to say that I can't remember if she said yes or no.
What happened after you asked her for the video footage?
Um, I asked her for her identification card since she was superintending the business. She told me that I did not give her my ID card, and I showed her, I badged in. She saw my badge when I came in. But if she'd like to see it again, I'd show her again. And so I showed her my shield. And then she said, no, not that on your ID. And so I showed her my my DC government issued identification card that displays my name, agency, and my title on it. And so then she asked or requested to take a photo of my identification card. So she was not allowed to take a picture of my identification card, but now that she's seen mine, I needed to obtain her identification card. That point,
I'll
she
stop you
did
there.
not. Okay,
After you showed her your ID, did she show you her ID?
no.
And what did you do next?
I informed her that if she was the person that was in charge of the business, that I would need to identify her, and so I needed her identification card. If she was unable or unwilling to provide her identification card, then I would have to get MPD, the Metropolitan Police, to come and identify who is superintending the business.
Did you request MPD to come to the establishment?
Initially, I spoke with my supervisor while at the door when I was unable to make entry. And I told him he may needed to go ahead and start MPD my way. Once I got in, it didn't seem like it was enough for MPD. So I was walking out to call him to see if MPD was actually started and to say maybe I don't need MPD to come to slow them down if they were coming, because it didn't seem like they warranted a MPD visit.
Did MPD ever arrive at the scene?
MPD did arrive at the scene.
What happened once they did arrive?
Well, MPD arrived on the scene because the licensee called MPD. So when I walked out of the establishment to defer to my supervisor to find out what he wanted to do or what the next steps were, the owner followed me, or I noticed the owner was following out behind me out the door and saying something to the effect of she can call MPD as well. And so she called MPD. So while talking to my supervisor, I can hear her calling MPD saying that Abra was harassing her. So at that point, I told my supervisor, hey, she's calling 9112. And so we may want to go ahead and start a supervisor this way and see where MPD is.
What happened once MPD arrived?
When MPD arrived, they made contact with me first. I told MPD that the licensee was the person who contacted MPD so that they should speak with her first. And then once they finish with the citizen, that they can talk to me. And so once they got her side of the story, as the officers were getting her side of the story, Sergeant pulled up and he and I spoke about what was going on, about the licensee not providing her identification card and she being the one that actually called MPD.
Did the owner eventually show you her ID card?
Yes, after she was ordered to by MPD.
Okay, now I'm going to turn to exhibits. Mr. Moreno, if I have permission to share my screen.
Please allow her to share her screen, Ms. Oriana.
Access granted.
Thank you. I'm now showing you what has been marked as Government's Exhibit A for identification. Do you recognize this document?
I do.
And what is this document?
That document is my case report for Marte Lounge dated July 26, 2020.
Mr. Chairperson, the district would like to note for the record that Government's Exhibit A, the July 26, 2025 case report for Marte Bar is already in evidence pursuant to 23 DC Mart 1713.10.
So noted.
I'm now going to turn your attention to Exhibit 2. This is page 5 of the report. What is Exhibit 2 showing?
That picture is showing the cup that was on the bar that moved from the bar to the sink behind the bar.
Now I'm going to turn to page 6, Exhibit 3, in the bottom half. Let me know if you need me to zoom in anymore. What is Exhibit 3 showing?
Exhibit 3 is showing an email from myself to the licensee, reminding them that I requested the video footage. And as reference, I stated the code that required them to submit the video.
And what date did you?
Hold on a minute, please. I need everyone, with the exception of Ms. Hogan Miller and you, Ms. Coates, I need everyone else. Their line needs to be muted, please, because we're getting interference. All right, go ahead, ma'am.
What date did you send this email?
I sent that email on July the 28th, 2025.
And how did you know this was the email for the establishment?
That is the email that is listed in ABCA's records.
Did the establishment ever provide the requested footage?
No.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Ms. Kerr?
Thank you. Ms. Coates.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Oh, you moved on the screen.
Oh, sorry.
I'll start with the back part. You testified that that was the email listed in ABCA's records, correct?
The email address is correct.
What records?
So ABRA has a database that it contains the information. So when they submitted their application and their renewals and during protests, that information is stored in a database. And so contact information is there. The contact information was listed. That is the contact information that I sent. That's my file.
You don't have a document that shows that's contact information here today, do you?
I'm sorry?
You don't have a copy of that record that you looked at here today, do you?
No, we're not allowed to bring anything for hearings.
So other than what you're saying, we have no proof that that is indeed the email that's on file for my client, correct?
I'm sorry, does who have not proof?
Other than what you're telling us, there's no written documentation that that's the email that is in ABCA's records for my client, correct?
Not correct. So the written documentation is written inside of ABCA's record. So that is the application or the email that's submitted with the application. So if that is not the correct email, then the licensee would have updated it with licensing.
And you don't have that document with you here today, correct?
I'm not sure how to answer that question.
It's yes or no question. Do you have the document that you looked at that shows that this is the licensee's email address?
I do have the document because it's stored in the database and I'm on the computer that has the document. So so the question is, do I have access or do I have the document? Yes, it is in a folder that I can access right now. Yes, but it is not an exhibit to show. No.
And so therefore it's not an exhibit in this hearing today, correct?
As far as I know, not on the behalf of my report, no.
Got ya. And we'll come back to that email, but I just wanted to ask you how you said you testified that you've been working at ABCA for 2 years, correct?
Approximately.
So is it 2 years or more, or is it almost 2 years?
Approximately 2 or more.
Okay. And so at the time of the incident, you were working for ABCA probably about a year and a half, right?
Correct.
And then you testified that you called your supervisor that night, right?
Correct.
And you testified that there was a lot going on, right?
A lot going on with the licensee, not
Right.
the establishment.
And then you also testified that you called him more than once, right?
Yes.
And you were calling to find out what to do, correct?
No.
Okay. So you also testified that when you were led into the establishment, you said you used your badge to identify yourself. You remember testifying to that effect?
Did I use my badge to
That you
identify
used
myself?
your badge to identify yourself and ask to speak to the owner or the manager. That was your
Correct.
testimony, right?
Correct.
But in the report, you testified that, not testified, but your report says that
What happened? Did you finish asking your question, ma'am,
no, I
or?
did not. I was looking at the report.
Oh, okay, all right.
But in the report, it specifically says you identified yourself verbally to a female bartender and requested to speak to the owner. Isn't that right?
Correct. Badges are
And
displayed.
so let me finish.
I'm
And so
sorry.
in the report, you don't write that you displayed your badge, correct?
Can you pull up the report so we can see it?
Sure,
Or
sure.
refresh?
Um, can I share my screen? If I know how.
Mr. Orion, can you allow Ms. Clark to share her screen, please?
Access granted. And to share, you just click share, and then you could select the screen, the entire screen, or specific applications, and then click share.
Okay, so share. Okay, share. Are we seeing that?
No, yes, yes, yes.
Okay. So I bring your attention to details, and it's the third paragraph. Do you see that? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm looking. I'm sorry.
Okay, so
I have to adjust the screen to see
okay.
what.
So where it says details, and then it's the third paragraph down that starts with investigator Coates. Do you see that?
Yeah.
And it says investigator Coates identified herself verbally to a female bartender and requested to speak with the owner or the ABC manager on duty. Do you see that?
Correct.
Okay. And so nowhere in here does it say that when you first walked in, you presented a badge, right?
No.
Thank you. And then you also mentioned that when you spoke to the owner, that you asked why the door was locked. You recall that testimony?
I did.
And you testified that she told you the door was locked because there were safety concerns. You recall that testimony?
Correct.
However, nowhere in this report does it talk about you asking her about the door being locked. Isn't that right?
Can you scroll down, please?
Sure. Do you need me to scroll further?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Do you need more time?
I do. Okay.
Okay. And so you would agree with me that nowhere in that report does it say that you guys had a conversation about why the door was locked, correct?
I did not see that. However, ABCA doesn't do, our regulatory doesn't speak to locked doors. It was a safety concern, not an alcohol technically related concern, but to have patrons drinking alcohol inside of an establishment with a locked door is a fire code violation. And so we talked about it, so it wasn't a thing that I was attempting to charge for because I felt she understood that the door should not have been locked.
And again, all of that information that you just provided to us here today was not written in this report, correct?
Can you scroll down some more, please, on the report? Some. Chairman, I have a copy of the report. Can I look at my copy? Because I can't really see this copy.
Is it the same copy that's in the record?
It is.
I would ask that we see this report before she starts looking at it.
Well, but let me, I'm kind of confused because maybe I thought the charges failure to provide video footage within 48 hours. I think that's the only charge.
That is.
So if that's the only charge, why is it relevant whether or not she wrote in her report about the locked door?
I would agree. I agree that it's probably not relevant to that charge, except that that was her testimony. So I'm just trying to clean up the record.
But I don't believe for this charge, at least anyway, I don't think that's relevant information. And I think, but if you want to ask that, you can, but I don't think that's relevant information to help the board make a determination whether or not that your client allegedly failed to provide video footage within 48 hours.
I think normally that would be the case, but her veracity and this report's veracity is a part of this and it is relevant. So to the extent that this report is rife with mistakes and assumptions, that becomes relevant. And so I'm happy to move on. I was still pausing because she was reading, so I'm happy to move forward.
No, I think she said that she's having some problems and so she was going to look at her copy of her report, and you're saying you want to see it, so that's the only reason. So I mean, if
I just want to make sure there's no notes or anything written on the report, and she can then look at it if it's free.
well, I don't think, Ms. Coates, this is the only document that's in. So is there something you require to be done so you can review this document?
No, it does say something about the doors locked. And so she's zooming it in. And from what I can see, it also says the officers reiterated to the licensee not to have the doors locked while people were inside. So it is inside of the report.
All right.
Okay.
What's the next question? Okay.
Thank you. You testified also that you had a conversation with the licensee about a video, correct? And is that right?
Video footage, correct.
And you testified that you said to her, video would show it if it was at 10 p.m. or at 4 a.m., then the video would show it. You recall that testimony?
Correct.
And so that's what you said to the licensee regarding a video, correct?
Correct. When we
Thank
talk.
you.
Okay.
Oh, thank you. And so that was your request at that time, right?
What was my request at that time?
That the video would show it. If it was 10 p.m. or 4 a.m., then the video would show it.
That was not the request.
I
The
see.
request that I wrote was inside of the report. I believe it said something from the request, the official request was from 2 a.m. to 4 a.m. But what I told her in the conversation was, you're telling me that this cup has been there, and I'm telling you I saw the cup move. So to go back and forth, so we don't have a back and forth. You say you think you saw something, I saw something, the videos will 100% tell us what the truth is. So as such, I'm requesting video footage from 2 a.m. to 4 a.m., which covers the legal license serving hours, and then it goes beyond the licensed service hours. So very clearly, video footage would say yes or no. So if they poured it before 2 a.m. or if they poured it after 3 a.m., we would know.
And you just said that the official request said 2 to 4 a.m., correct?
The report says something. I asked if I could see it or at least look at a hard copy because I can't see it. So I don't very specifically know what it says because the screen only gives me a little bit of the report.
My question just now was, you just testified that the official request said 2 to 4 a.m. That's
Something
what you
to,
just testified to, correct?
correct.
And so when you asked her for, when your testimony that you asked her for video that would show if it was 10 p.m. or 4 a.m., that wasn't your official request, right?
The statement to her was a conversation, right? We had a conversation and it said, you can show hours between these hours and those hours, right? That was an example of what I was looking for. The official request was, if you could scroll or if you could zoom out so I could see, or if it's available or I'm allowed to look at my report, I can tell you very specifically what the request says. It is also reiterated in the email as an exhibit. So there's several places where the official time request is made inside of the report.
So your testimony is that you requested certain hours and you wrote it down in this report? Is that your testimony?
I wrote it down for her and I sent it to her directly, and I told her directly what the request was. So
I'll
the
ask
request,
again.
the,
I'll ask again. You testified that you had specific hours that you told her you wanted this video to. Is that right?
yes,
And you wrote that request down in this report, those specific hours in this report?
those specific hours should be documented. I'm sorry, are documented in that report.
In this report. So I would like for you to take the time to find where you specifically requested certain hours in this report.
On
Do you
your
need me
screen,
to,
or am
do you
I
need me
allowed
to
to use my
blow,
screen?
do you want me to blow the screen up, or how do you want to do it?
Can you, let's see.
Do you want me to make the screen bigger?
No, I can control it from my side. That's what's,
Okay. And specifically, we're looking for where in the report you put that you're asking for certain hours of videos.
it's not letting me manipulate your screen no further than what
Do you want me to
page
make
you
it
have it
bigger?
on. No, if you zoom it out, I can move it up and down, I believe.
Is that good?
No, back. If you make it smaller, then I may be able to move it. Can you go to the next page? Not, it's only on, it's stuck on whatever that page is. It didn't go up to the top
This
page.
is the end of the report.
Correct. I want the beginning of the report.
You want the beginning. I'm sorry.
Uh,
Is that good?
Too far up. Can you come?
Is that good?
Can you go down to the next page, please? Down some more, please. I don't see it. That's why the
Okay.
follow-up email was sent.
So you would agree with me that you made no request on that day for any video footage with a certain time amount written in that request, correct?
I do not agree with you because we're able to make verbal requests as well as written requests. So the verbal request was made, although it's not stated in that report. It is
Okay.
stated in a follow-up email that says you have to provide video footage of this day within 48 hours. So if it was in this report, if I made it verbally that night, she has the 48 hours. But let's just say it's not in that report. The request then came again on a separate date, which is stated in that email. And so they did not oblige to the request on Saturday night, nor did they oblige to the email that was the following email. The follow-up email stating, hey, I hadn't received it and I'd like to receive it. So no, the request was not sent from the verbal request made on Saturday, and it was not sent following the email.
You would agree with me that it's important that your report reflect the important parts of the night, correct?
I would not agree with you. I agree that the report was written and the evidence was the exhibits supporting what happened went with it.
So it's not important to get the report right?
The report is right.
I
And
didn't
it is
ask that.
important. I'm
I
sorry.
asked you
It is
whether
very
or not it
important
was
to get the.
important.
All right, hold on. Remember, there's a court reporter, so I can only have one person speaking at a time. So Ms. Kerr, please allow her to answer the question. And just the witness, please allow the attorney to finish the question before you start to answer, okay?
Yes, sir.
The question was, you would agree with me that it's important to get the report correct. Isn't that
Objection.
right?
This is getting into argument.
I want to. I'm going to sustain I want to sustain the objection. I'm going to
Okay.
sustain the objection. Let's move on, please.
So just to be clear, this report does not state that you requested video from any particular time. Is that right?
Objection asked and answered.
I'll allow her to answer the question and let's move on. So I'm going to overrule the objection. Are you able to answer the question, ma'am?
Well, I'm reading through the report just to double check because it should have been in there. It's not in there.
Thank you. And in fact, the only thing regarding a video in this report or video footage is that you state in the report that the investigator then asked Mrs. Becca Kerr to provide her video footage to confirm her statement that the cups did not contain alcohol, right?
No, I'm sorry. Say that again.
Strike the question. So I want to turn your attention to the patrons. In your report, you stated that the establishment was operating with patrons inside. You remember that?
Yes. Also, can I go back to, because I do
No.
see something that says that I did request it and it is on your
Objection.
line.
Ms. Coates, we're moving on, ma'am. That's not the question. If you get a chance for redirect, that's something your attorney can ask. So you need to answer the question that's presented to you, ma'am.
Sorry.
In your testimony, you stated that there were patrons inside, correct?
Correct.
But you did not ask who the individuals were inside, correct?
I did.
Objection. Relevance.
The objection is sustained. This is the charge. The charge is failure to provide video footage.
Okay, we can move on.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. You testified that you followed up with an email to my client, correct?
I did.
And you sent that email, and that email that was written in your report says it was loyaltaxacct@gmail.com, correct?
Yes.
And you also testified that that is the email that's written in the ABCA files for my client, correct?
I testified that that's the contact email that is listed in ABCA's records.
And you don't have that record with you at this moment, at this hearing, correct?
We're not
Objection. That's
allowed
the
to
answer.
bring it.
Sustain. She stated
Okay.
that before.
And on the scene, you didn't provide a written request, correct?
I'm sorry, you cut out.
At the scene on July 26th, you did not provide a written request to the licensee, correct?
No.
And on the scene, you didn't ask for specific cameras, correct?
No. I'm sorry, yes.
Did you put that request in your report that you asked for specific cameras?
No.
I'm showing you what is marked as Exhibit B for the licensee. Do you recognize your email address on there?
I'm sorry, can you zoom that in? I can't see it.
Actually, I'll start here.
I see Mark Ruiz's email.
Do you see your email? It says from Lakita Coates, lakita.coates@dc.gov. Do you see that?
I do not see it. Your screen isn't showing that.
What does my screen show? All right,
Yeah,
is it
it
showing?
shows.
It shows it now?
Yes, correct.
Is that your email address?
It is.
And you testified earlier that this was not your first time having to deal with this licensee, correct?
Correct.
And you identified that you were assigned to do an inspection during a protest hearing, is that right?
A walkthrough.
But you were doing an investigation regarding a protest hearing of this particular licensee, correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat your thing went out?
You testified that this was not the first time, this particular case was not the first time that you interacted or knew about the licensee, correct?
Correct.
And that you testified that you were assigned to do an investigation regarding a protest hearing that this licensee was involved in, correct?
Correct.
And you sent the licensee an email directly from yourself to the licensee, correct?
Correct.
Objection relevance.
And
I'm sorry. I'm going to overrule the objection. I'm not quite sure where we're going there, so I'm going to give her some risk. Go ahead. So I'm going to overrule the objection.
And so you sent an email to my client at mesorac01@yahoo.com. Do you see that?
Yes.
And you do not see in this email local account tax that you sent the other email to, correct?
Correct.
Correct. And then following that, do you see what's written on this email?
Yes.
And do you see where it says that it's from Roxanne Kerr, rkerr@rakerlaw.com to Lakita
Yes.
Coates at dc.gov? Do you see that?
Yes.
And so you would agree with me that the licensee's counsel contacted you during this protest hearing, correct?
Yes.
Objection relevance.
I'm going to overrule the objection because I don't. I'm going to overrule the objection. I'm giving her some leeway because I'm trying to figure out where she's going with this. So let me see. Go ahead.
And
ma'am.
so you had in 2024 contact information from my client, correct?
Correct.
And you never sent that follow-up email that you said that you sent to her regarding video footage. You never sent that follow-up email to this email address, mesorac01@yahoo.com, correct?
I sent the email to the address that's listed.
I'll ask again. You never sent that email to mesorac01@yahoo.com, correct?
No.
Even though that's an email that you have specifically sent to her to which you received a response in the past, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't send one to her lawyer either, correct?
Correct.
I want to show you what's written. This is marked as for the licensee. Can you see this?
Yes.
And do you see that this is a substantial change notice, or it's related to a substantial change?
Yes.
And do you see where the applicant is listed?
Yes.
Do you see the applicant's
Objection.
email address?
All right. What's the nature of the objection, ma'am?
Outside the scope of this witness's knowledge.
I don't understand why this is a letter from January 3rd, 2024.
If I may.
I mean, I've been giving you some leeway, man, because I'm not quite sure. Because I know that the witness testified that she is familiar with this establishment because she did the investigating in a protest hearing, I guess, in 24. So that's one of the reasons why I'm allowing some questions, but I'm not quite sure why we're talking about her email address. What email she was using in January 3rd, 2024. We're now talking about 2026. I mean,
If I may.
But this is my issue. I mean, the witness testified that she used the ABCA email address that is with the license. Why are we talking about an email address that was from 2024? I mean, if you're saying it's not the same email address, now get to the point. I mean, we've been here for 10 minutes and we're talking about what email documents were sent to in 2024. We're in 2026. This is over 2 years ago. So where's the connection? We shouldn't take 2 years to figure out, is this the same email address and why is she using this email address So I'm not, that's why I gave you some leeway, but we need to tie this up, ma'am.
Understood.
Chairperson, but also there's no evidence in the record that this witness is familiar with this document.
Well, as the witness testified that she was familiar with this establishment because she did a protest earlier. Okay, that's what she testified and that's how she's familiar with it. So she didn't testify to say that I just did this. I went to visit this establishment for because of the after hours. She stated that I'm familiar with this establishment because I did a protest. Okay, and the emails, as so far as the email exchanges from 2024, it's between Ms. Coates and either the attorney and the applicant, which I'm fine with. However, if you're trying to make a point, man, make the point because you're gonna lose me, and I'm gonna moving forward. Then I'm gonna sustain the objection because I'm not quite sure where we're going.
Thank you. I just want to say that I actually, the witness testified that she used this email address because it's what is in file with ABCA. And I'm laying the foundation that ABCA has my client's actual email address. And these are all things that ABCA has responded to my client to this email address.
Ma'am,
But
this
I'm
is from 2024. This is my position, okay? This is 2024. If you have email correspondence in 26 or the date when this infraction occurs, fine. Let's deal with email that's more current. I don't know if it's the same email address from 2024. I don't know. But so whether or not you have an email from 2024 that you're asking her, well, you knew the attorney. There's no requirement that ABCA send an email to an attorney unless the record, official record states that this is how you contact me. So as I stated before, ma'am, if you have more relevant emails from 26 to say,
I understand, sir.
this is over 2 years ago that we're dealing with an email address that there's some people who change their emails every day. I don't know. So we can't say because she used this email 2 years ago that, so let's move on from there, ma'am, because let's move on from, so, all right, let's move on, ma'am.
Thank you. I have one final question. Well, not really final, but so just to be clear, to clarify, Ms. Coates, you said that this is the email you saw in ABCA's files, correct?
That's not what she says, ma'am. We're dealing with which email you're talking about. Are you talking about email?
I'm
I
talking
don't know.
about.
Hold on.
Mr. Anderson, I get your point. If I could just clarify my question.
No, but yeah, because this is from 2024. I don't know what email she sent in 2026 or whenever the infraction occurred. And this is a completely different case. So if you want to ask her a question, ma'am, you need to ask her a question with the email from this case. This substantial case. This case from 24. This is case number 23PRO000094. This case is 25 CMP 00089. So this is apples and oranges, ma'am. So therefore, you need to stick on whatever communications that you have that's dealing with this case, not from 2 years ago, dealing with another case.
Ms. Coates, you testified that you sent an email to my client on July 28th and you sent that email to localtaxatty@gmail.com, correct?
I sent
Objection.
it to,
That's been answered.
I'm going to overrule the objection because we have never had any communication about what email address are we now talking about?
You know what?
If
No,
I
no,
can
I'm, no, ma'am, I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm saying Ms. Hogemiller is objecting to a specific email address. So I'm just trying to clarify for the record what email address you are talking about, ma'am. That's all. That's all. So I'm not necessarily disagreeing with you. I just want a record to be and I'm just need to clarify what email address we're speaking about, okay?
we're referring to the email that is on record that she said she sent, Ms. Coates sent an email on July 28th, 2025, that she says was a request for video footage.
And what is that email address, ma'am?
And that email address is local tax ACCT@gmail.com. That's the email. That's the one I'm asking about. That you testify that you sent an email to that email address, local tax ACCT@gmail.com. Is that right?
Whatever is in the report, I don't have it, so I can't say what the email address is because I don't have it in front of me.
Can I share my screen again, please?
Yes, you should have the ability. It wasn't taken away from you, ma'am.
Oh, okay. Can you see this email?
Yes,
And you sent this email to loyaltaxacct@gmail.com, correct?
correct.
And where did you testify you got that email from?
ABCA's records.
And what exactly, whose email did the record say that was?
It was listed under the establishment's contact information.
And did it list any other email?
I don't recall.
Did you look?
I don't. Of course I looked, but I used whatever was at the top. So I'm not sure, this was a year ago, so I'm not sure what it said. Don't recall.
So you don't know whether or not there was another email listed there, correct?
I am not sure.
Thank you.
I don't recall.
And you don't know whether or not that email was for an agent of the licensee, correct?
Objection.
What's the nature of your objection, ma'am?
The question calls for speculation.
I'm going to sustain the objection. All right.
And the information that you saw in ABCA's website or that you saw regarding this email, how old was that information?
I'm not sure. I don't have the system in front of me to tell you what the date is, nor does it tell me what date it's entered.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Close your screen, please, ma'am. Any questions by any board members? Go ahead, Mr. Meadows.
Ms. Coates, I have just one question. Is it your responsibility as an investigator to maintain the establishment's contact information, phone numbers, and emails?
No,
Is that
sir,
part
it
of your
is.
job duty?
No, sir, it is not part of my job duty to
Thank
collect
you.
contacts.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions by any other? Just for a clarification, Ms. Coates. What specific conversations, if any, did you have with the witness regarding providing you with video?
You mean licensee?
The licensees, yes, ma'am.
Yes. When I came in it was more along the lines of, like I said, I did the protest with the establishment.
No, I'm talking about this regarding this case. What specific conversation did you have with the licensee regarding video for this specific case?
The conversation was, I asked her, were they drinking and serving alcohol inside of the establishment, because it appeared. She said no, that the drinks had already been served, and whatever was served had already been served. And then whatever was in the red cup was not alcohol, is what she said. I said, okay, you say one thing, I say one thing. The video cameras would show us very specifically if there was something that was served or drunk during the time or after the time. After that, I told her I'd like to see the video footage.
Is that
And
is that documented in your report?
in the report, I asked for the video footage. And then it also, can I look at my report so I can very specifically tell you what it says?
You can look at your report to see if it says so particularly. I'll allow you to look. And the report is in the record.
It's the same report.
But I'm just saying, Ms. Kurt's in the record. So so you can look at the copy that you have to see where is it she's referenced and to say it's in the report.
It says I'm gonna say her name wrong, but Mrs. Carr stated the establishment was not serving alcohol beyond their license hours. The investigator then asked Mrs. Carr to provide her with video footage confirming the statement that cups did not contain alcohol and that had timestamps. The investigator then asked Mrs. Kurt to confirm her identity. So it says it just does not document what specific times we talked about it. And because, and then I also followed up with an email because I knew that with the police on the scene and everything going on, I said, let me just send a follow-up email to make sure that she understood what was going on, in addition to sending a copy of the code so that she knew what we were looking for and that the time frame was. So that was the piece behind it, making sure the follow-up email was to make sure that she knew exactly what it was that I wanted.
Any questions by any of the board members? Ms. Carr, any specific questions you have in follow-up to the questions that Mr. Meadows asked and I asked? Your questions can only be based on the questions that were asked by us.
I have no questions.
Ms. Hogan Miller, any redirect?
Thank you. Did the owner reach out to you to clarify about the time period for, let me strike that. Did the owner reach out to you to ask to clarify what video footage you wanted?
No.
Okay, turning to page 6 of the report. Exhibit 3, can you see the screen?
Yes.
And what time periods did you request for the video footage?
From 2 a.m. to 4 p.m.
And what angles did you request?
The cameras that reflect all angles of the bar, the front of and behind the bar area.
And is Exhibit 3 part of your case report?
It is.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. Does the government have another witness?
No, at this time, the government is.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Kerr, do you have a witness you need to make your opening statement and then, how many witnesses do you have, ma'am?
Respectfully, I'd like to make an argument for dismissal first.
Well, you can, okay, go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you. So the licensee moves to dismiss for failure to establish a prima facie case under section 25-823A5E. So to sustain this charge, the government must prove
a clear and specific request for documents or videos, that the request was communicated to the licensee had the ability to comply, and the licensee failed to comply within 48 hours. So first, there was no specific request that was made on the night of the incident. So the government argues that the request was made on the night of the incident because she mentioned video footage. However, that fails as a matter of law because the case report, which was written after the investigator sent the email, which it was written after July 28th, which is 2 days later, still does not mention anything regarding what video footage she wanted, the date and time of the video footage, what portions of the premises, which cameras she wanted. She testified that she asked none of that was included in her report. So a vague or general statement is not legally sufficient to constitute a proper request for documents or video footage. A licensee cannot comply with a request that is not specific. And if the request was made at all, then that request in and of itself was not specific enough. And then any request that was made after that via email was not, my client never received that email because that is not her email address. Specifically, Investigator Coates testified that she found that email in ABCA's files. However, there's no proof that that is exactly what occurred. She has no document to substantiate that that's where she found it. And even though those documents are in ABCA's files and is easily retrievable by herself, it was not made a part of this evidence, of the evidence in this case. And we've shown emails that shows that Investigator Coates had prior experience with my client where she sent emails to my client and received responses, and she never included that email address in any in that email that she sent to loyaltaxacct@gmail.com. And every correspondence that has been sent previously from Ms. Coates has been sent to mesorac01@yahoo.com, which confirms that Ms. Coates had knowledge and should have known that that was the proper email because she's well aware of who the licensee is. And so any communication that my client has had with ABCA that I've shown in rebuttal shows mesorac01@yahoo.com as the email address for my client. Testimony from Investigator Coates said that she doesn't recall if there was other emails listed in this ABCA file that she looked at or website or whatever it was because she didn't present it here today. And so therefore, we don't know whether or not that email address is specifically listed as she indicated. And so therefore, no specific request was ever communicated. And the verbal information in the report that talks about video footage, that can't count as the request because it has no significant information in it that would allow my client to respond to that request. It had no time, it had no information. Investigator Coates testified that there's more than one camera. She's familiar with that because she did a protest investigation there, yet she never reported or put in her report that she wanted camera number 1 or over the bar or any of that information. All of that was specifically listed in an email that went to an email address that does not belong to my client. And so for those reasons, we would ask that this case be dismissed. But before that, I just want to point out that in Boulevard Lounge, the board sustained a violation only after a finding that the investigator made repeated documented requests, including follow-up communications, and that's not the case here. And so for those reasons, I do believe the district falls short of their prima facie case, and this should be dismissed.
Ms. Hogan Miller.
Thank you. So first, looking at Marquee Bar's standard that they've laid out, is that there needs to be clear and specific requests and that the licensee have the ability to comply. But none of this, the standard that they have laid out is in the statute, the regulations, or in case law. But let's look what is case law. Looking at Belkin versus DC Water and Sewer Authority, 826 Atlantic 2nd, 380, BC Court of Appeals 2003, talks about the fact that when there's no conflicting evidence, there's an administrative agency should look to that evidence. Quote, quite simply, one scale pan is empty while the other was not. Here we have an empty pan. They have not provided you any evidence that one, that the establishment did not receive this request. And the testimony of Investigator Coates does show that the establishment received this request. First, they received this request the night of, asking for video footage. And Marty Barr's arguments about how Investigator Coates and the establishment had previous communication actually weighs against them, because if the establishment was confused or needed clarification about what angles or timeframes they needed to provide, they also had Investigator Coates' contact information to request that clarification. Or they could have just emailed ABCA's general or called ABCA generally to request that clarification themselves. But there's no evidence that they did so. Second, Investigator Coates made the request by email. And here, Investigator Coates should be able to rely on the information provided by ABCA on the establishment's contact information, because it is the duty of the establishment to update their contact information. This information comes from their application or from the licensees themselves. Looking at 23 DCMR 500.5, any change to an applicant's contact information, it is their duty to update the board and the agency of that change. There's no evidence here that the establishment provided an alternative contact information that should have been provided, but also that investigators should be able to rely on ABCA's records on the email address here. So currently, there is only uncontroverted testimony that Investigator Coates requested twice, both verbally and email, for this video footage, and that the establishment did not provide this video footage. In that of itself, the board would be able to find by substantial evidence in the government's favor and sustain the charge. Thank you. And for those reasons, we would argue against dismissal. Thank you.
Anything else you want to say, Ms. Kerr?
No, not at this time.
All right, I'm gonna go into executive session. As chairperson of the Alcohol Beverage and Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia, in accordance with DC Official Code Section 2-575 of the Open Meetings Act, I move that ABC Board hold a closed meeting for the purpose of seeking legal advice from our counsel on case number 25 CMP 00089 Marte Bar and Lounge, pursuant to DC Official Code Section 2-575B4A of the Open Meetings Act. Okay. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant,
Jones, I second. Yeah.
Mr. Grant, and I see Mr. Jones has seconded the motion. Let me take a roll call vote. Mr. Grant,
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn,
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows,
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones,
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. As the motion has passed, I hereby give notice that ABC Board will recess its proceedings to hold a closed meeting pursuant to Section 2-575 of the Open Meetings Act. You guys stay right here. The board will go into an executive session. So I'll ask all board members to log off and log into executive session, and we will be back. So you guys hold tight.
Will the
Yes.
attorney be able to take a 5-minute break while you're in session?
Okay, we'll be off the record until it's 3:24, 3:35.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're off the record until 3:35. All right. We are back on the record. Okay, all right. Are you still there with us, Ms. Carr? Okay. The board went into executive session because counsel on behalf of the applicant had filed a motion. Specifically, the motion was that the government, they did not believe that the government made a prima facie case regarding the issue at hand. In discussing the legal implication, the board believes that at this juncture, the government has made a showing. This is we have had no testimony from the applicant. What is the email address? All that the what was basically stated by counsel was that under 823, there's no requirement on the 823A5E that well what we have from at least the evidence that was presented is that the witness testified that she made an oral request for such this information, and she testified. The witness also testified that she sent a follow-up email. The witness also testified that the email that was submitted that she utilized for the correspondence was from the official ABCA email address record. I do not know what the email addresses for the licensee is. All the licensee is saying, and I'm not quite sure if the licensee is making the argument that they never received the email. I don't know, because we have had no evidence to say whether or not what their position is. So at this juncture, this is a significant issue that we need testimony so we can build a record. So at this juncture, the board will deny the motion. Council can, in its case in chief, can provide evidence about whether or not this email was ever sent, what the email addresses are, and the board can revisit that issue at once we make a decision on the merits. Because you're asking for a directed verdict.
Thank you.
And we believe that the government has provided a prima facie case that that maybe a request was made, an oral request was made, and the statute does not require that what was stated 823A5E. There's no requirement that the record had to be in writing, and it doesn't have to meet the requirement as stated by you. Okay, so at this juncture, we're going to deny it, but that doesn't mean that the board will not, once we hear the rest of the case, whether or not you will be able to overcome at least a prima facie case that the government has presented so far. Okay?
Thank you.
Right. Who's your first witness, ma'am?
My first witness will be Mizrak Bekaleker.
This is not the person we need the interpreter for, is that correct?
Correct.
Ms. Becker-Lecoeur, can you raise your right hand, please, ma'am? You swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth. You're a witness, ma'am.
Thank you. Ms. Kirk, can you please state your name and spell it for the record?
MISRAK, Misrak Bekele, BEKELE space Kerr, KERR.
And are you the owner or licensee at Marte Bar and Lounge?
Yes, I am.
How long have you operated Marte Bar and Lounge?
Almost 3 years now.
And do you have an email address that you use for business and communications with ABCA?
Yes,
And what is that email address?
MESCERAK01@yahoo.com.
And how long have you used that email address with ABCA Communications?
From the day when I purchased the business to transfer the license from the previous to myself.
And you heard testimony earlier that an email was sent to you at local tax acct@gmail.com. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
Do you have an email address like that?
No.
Have you ever used that email address for ABCA business?
I'm familiar with it because when I purchased the business, he was the one who helped me to transfer the license to my name. Then in the end, I went to ABCA myself and I changed the email to myself. That was 2003.
And when you're talking about someone that you said is he, who are you referring to?
He is agents. He's at the agency. He just
And what
do
did he,
like transferring the license and some like that he do.
and have you ever had access to that email address?
No.
And then you just testified that at some point you went and changed and removed that email address from your ABCA communications?
I'm not sure if they removed it or not, but I went there and specifically put it in with Franklin, the license specialist Franklin. I went there and I met him because I was doing some changes also, like the hours and some substantial changes I was doing. So I tell him, this is my email address, and I put it in my email address. And since then, every time, any email till today, I receive everything on misrock01@yahoo.com.
Can I share my screen, please?
You should always have opportunity to do that, ma'am, but I don't believe it's taken
Oh,
out.
okay. Can you see that?
Yes.
Okay. So I want to show you. You testified that you were doing some changes with Franklin, correct?
Yes.
Was that a substantial change request to your hours?
Yes.
And do you recall that there was a protest hearing regarding that?
Yes.
And is this the email that you referred to when you said this is the email on file? That email
Yes.
under your name?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm showing you here this email that is marked as Exhibit C. Can you see that?
Yes.
And do you recognize this email?
Yes.
And what is this email about?
This email. Trying to see.
Right
It
here.
said. It say if any further questions, feel free to contact me. Which one?
Can you read this word, this here, where it says, please see the attached updated deficiency letter?
No, I don't see that. No, I just see like the contacts and then the attach acts.
Can you see the top part that talks about the forwarded message and who it's from?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. And you testified earlier that you had spoken with Franklin. Is this the Franklin that you're referring to?
Yes. Yes.
And what email were you corresponding with Franklin from?
With MESERAK01@yahoo.com.
And this email was sent when?
This email sent September 19th, 2023.
And was this around the time that you were doing the changes to your hours?
Yes.
And was this around the time that you changed your email?
Yes, before that a little bit.
I'm showing you, this was an email that was attached to that email that we just read. Do you recognize this?
Yes, that's the Tesfaye Seifu is the agent. It say that Tesfaye Seifu agent Loyal Tax and Act. That's not me. And then the address doesn't show it's mine, 8221 Georgia Avenue. It says agent right there.
And so on this email, you recognize this person as the agent that was
Yes.
helping you with your application?
Yes.
And is that loyal tax ACCT@gmail.com? Was that agent's phone email address?
At the time it was, but as right now, I have any information. I have no.
Do you? I'm sorry, what were you saying?
In the time, yes, that was, I know that was his name and that was his address and his email, but that was like 2023, the last time.
And have you ever had access to that email address, loyaltaxacct@gmail.com?
No.
And do you still work with this agent?
No.
And at some point you testified that you changed any email to your email alone, is that right?
Yes.
Trying to move. And at some point during the time that you've owned the bar, you've had a protest hearing, correct?
Yes.
And you had an email
Objection
from
relevance.
What's the nature of the objection, ma'am?
That the protest hearing doesn't have relevance to this charge.
I'm not quite sure why we're still talking about an email address that was utilized in 2023, 2024. So I mean,
the point
we've
of
had
the
some.
The
Go ahead.
point of the email addresses is to lay the foundation and to show evidence that my client has consistently used one email address throughout the entire time that she's had her license. That's the purpose, but I'm happy to move on.
But you also but the evidence that your own documents going as far back as 23, it has that email address. Okay, so you have these documents that's in the record that you just have us look at. It does have that local email address on it that this whoever this individual was, or as your client testified that it was her agent. So I'm not quite sure. I'm just letting you know from what I'm gathering is that you're giving us documents from 23 where this email address was a part of the record and by an individual who was her agent. Now, that's all I want to say. So let's move on.
And actually, that email address doesn't show up on any email that I've shown you thus far. It just said that that was the email address that gentleman perhaps used back in 2023 and that she changed her email address after that.
These are your exhibits. I'm looking through your exhibit. And these are the exhibits that you're showing us. And it starts off with dealing with this protest here and going back as far as 23, where it has, but I'm sorry, go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Ms. Kerr, did you ever receive the email that was sent to loyaltaxaccount@gmail.com?
No, I have not.
So I'm going to direct your attention to July 26th, the date of the incident. At the time of the incident, what was the condition of the premises? Was it locked or unlocked at the time that investigator Coates happened upon the scene?
Miss Kerr, why are we going there? That's not a relevant letter of inquiry. You know what? No. Go ahead, ma'am. Go ahead. Go ahead. You can ask your question, ma'am.
Thank you. I'm happy to, I feel the
No,
frustration. I'm happy to move on and jump.
ma'am,
I
there's
just want to make for the record that Ms. Hogan Miller had a whole conversation about locked doors and patrons and alcohol and all of this other stuff. And I'm being, told that, oh, why are we talking about that? So I'm happy to just jump to the issue at hand.
No, Miss Kerr.
I'm happy to jump to the issue at hand because I don't want to frustrate the board.
No, Miss Kerr, the board is not frustrated. I was just stating that, as was testified by the witness, that we do not, it is not an ABCA violation for the door to be locked. What she stated, it was by the fire marshal. So that's the only reason I'm saying to you, whether or not the door is locked or not, it is not a relevant issue for this hearing, because even the door was locked, ABCA could not find a violation, and one was not found in this case. That's the only reason why I stated that we don't really need to go there, because that's not a relevant issue because the board, even if the door was locked or unlocked, there's nothing that this board could do about that on that issue. But if you want to ask that question, ma'am, you can go ahead and ask the question.
Did an investigator come to your establishment on July 26th?
Yes.
What happened when she arrived?
When she came in, I was the one I let her in. Then she asked me, is there a manager? I tell her it's me. And then she asked me if I have the license. I give her my license, and she asked her ID. I give her her ID. And then she came inside the bar, and she starts saying, why you lock the door? You know you're not supposed to lock the door. I tell her, there's nobody here. It's just four of us. And then it's just the employees. And it's me, myself. So we about to leave. And it was really nothing when she coming. She coming and she go inside the bar, and then she took one cup with a drink, and she say, this is the alcohol, and she start taking a picture. I
Okay,
tell her,
let me stop you right there. At any point in this conversation, did you ask her for her ID?
yes, I asked her who you were.
And why did you do that?
Abra. Because I didn't see anything. They usually want like they have a badge on their neck and they show me who they are, but I didn't see none of that from her. So I asked her like, did you have your ID? She say, I didn't have my ID, but I have my badge, and she have it flipped over here by her pant. And then I say, can I see it? Then she say, oh, you don't have to see it. I'm just telling you here, you selling alcohol after hour. I tell her there's nobody here.
And let me stop
Ain't
you
nobody
there.
here, nobody.
Go ahead and finish your sentence, but I don't want you to just
Yeah,
wait for a
so,
question.
but she didn't show me no ID or anything. And then I asked her, did you have a business card? She say, I didn't have no business card.
Okay. And then why did you want to see her badge?
Because the way how she's coming, and then it was really nobody, was only like 4 people, and 5 included me. And then those ones, the manager and the waitress, is like, for her to be reacting like that, I was not sure like who she is. So I want to make sure it's really ABCA is coming.
I see. And at any point during the night, did she request that you provide video footage?
No, she have not requested.
You heard testimony earlier and you saw the report, correct?
Yes.
And you saw in this report where she testified that, let me get the report on the screen. Can you see that?
Yes.
And you see where it says the investigator then asked Miss Becca Kerr to provide her video footage to confirm her statement that the cups did not contain alcohol and had timestamps. Do you see that?
Yes.
Did she ask you for video footage at the scene?
She is not asked me no video.
Did you guys have a discussion about video footage at the scene?
No.
So you heard testimony from Investigator Coates that there was a lot going on. Do you recall that testimony?
Wasn't a lot going on.
And at some point, did MPD show up on the scene?
Yes,
And who called MPD?
I did.
And at some point, did you interact with MPD?
No, when she left, I see the MPD coming, and then I went outside, and then I saw them, they was talking to her. Then I told him I am the one I called, and because I already tell them, and I even asked them, is your badge, is like your camera is recording, because I asked her to show me who she is, and she refused. But I give her all she asked me. I give her the ID, then she, in front of the MPD, she say, oh, I ask her ID, but she doesn't give it to me. I tell them I still have it on my hand. After I give it to her, I put it back in my bag. If she want it, I'll give it back again, and then I'll give it back in front of them. Then they ask her, did you show her who you are? Then she say, I show her this, and she show like a little metal thing from her pant. She showed them, and then, did you have a business card? Then she say, no, I didn't have a business card.
So
Then
let me
say,
ask you this. Did you provide your ID to her?
yes, I did.
And at some point in the night, if you look at the in front of the report that we're looking at now, the report says that the officers then instructed Mrs. Becca Kerr and her husband, who had arrived and entered the conversation, not to have the establishment doors locked. Do you see that?
Yes.
Did your husband arrive on the scene?
No, my husband, he wasn't even there.
Did anyone refer to themselves as your husband?
There is no one.
Did the police refer? Was anybody else outside while you were talking to the police?
Yes, was Jamal Mills. He's a manager for Marty Bar and Lounge. And
And
he's
did he
also,
refer to himself as your husband to anyone?
no, he has not.
Were you aware that a request was made for video footage from Investigator Coates for July 26th, 2025?
No,
Did you refuse to provide video footage?
I have not refused.
I have nothing further.
Close your screen, please. Close your screen, please, ma'am. Thank you. Ms. Hogan Miller.
No cross.
I guess I want to ask a question. Did you ever have a conversation? Have you ever seen when Miss Coates came to your establishment? What did she provide to you as far as identification?
She has not, she just didn't show me anything. She just coming straight to the door. I was the one, I let her in.
And I'm saying she never showed you.
She
Never
never
showed you her
showed me
badge.
nothing. Even I asked the police that I told him, I called because she very aggressive and very unprofessional. And she calling somebody else over the phone. And she said to me, I can shut you down. I already know you selling alcohol. Then like I asked her who you are, and she hasn't given me anything. Even the police was asking her, did you have a card to give her who you are so tomorrow? Then she's showing us in her phone a business card.
But let me the question I ask you, ma'am. Was she wearing a badge to show you?
She shown me, she has it. She has it on her pant, but she doesn't show me anything. I just see it myself.
So you're saying she never showed you an app. She didn't show you a badge that says ABCA?
No, no.
Have you ever met Miss Coates before?
I know. When she came, she said she came, but physically I've never seen her. I think she came to take some vacation. She left.
Did you have any conversation with her regarding whether or not you're serving alcohol after hours?
Yes, me and her, that was the bigger issue she have. The bigger issue she have actually was why the door is not even.
But the question I'm asking, ma'am, did you have any conversation with her that you were serving alcohol after hours? Did you have that conversation?
Yes, I do.
Do you recall having any conversation with her about how you can prove that you were not serving alcohol after hours? Did you recall having that conversation with her?
I haven't say anything how to provide her, but she didn't ask me anything, and she was
No,
just
but I'm
no,
saying, but you don't recall
no.
having any conversation with her about how you could prove that you were not serving alcohol afterwards. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. I don't have any other questions. Any other questions by any board members? Go ahead, Ms. Quinn.
Hi, thank you for joining us today. I'm just trying to understand where were you in the business when you first encountered Miss Coates?
Is that question for me?
Yes.
Oh, what you were saying? Where I was?
Yeah, where were you in the business?
I was inside, and the waitress was cleaning up, and she told me someone is by my door, and then I go straight to the door and I lock her.
Okay, so you met her at the door to like the main area of the business? Is that what you're saying?
Oh, the front door of the business.
At the front door.
Yes.
Is there a camera at that front door?
Yes.
So is there video that shows that she didn't show any ID?
I mean, I have a video, but she doesn't ask me the camera, so I don't know how I can provide that. But it will
So,
show.
okay. Yeah, I think that's it. Thank you.
Any other questions by any other board members? Ms. Hogan Miller, any questions based on the board? Questions raised by the board?
No.
Ms. Kerr, any redirect?
Yes, thank you. Ms. Becca Lake Kerr, did the
You're,
invest ask
hold on.
for
Yep,
a
you have to
video
start
for
out.
the
You're
front?
breaking up. Yeah, you're breaking up, so you have to start over. You're breaking up, ma'am.
Okay. Ms. Becca Lake Kerr, can you hear me?
Yes,
Did investigator Coates ask you for the video camera for the front door?
no, she has not.
Did she ask you for a video camera for over the bar?
No,
Did she ask you for any video footage of anything in your bar and lounge?
she has not asking no video.
I have nothing further.
Thank you, ma'am, for your testimony. Do you have another witness you wish to call, ma'am?
I do.
Who's our witness?
Jamal Mill, but we need to probably have him call in. I don't know if he's here yet.
Well, okay, so you need to have him try to log in, and then I'll
Right.
have Mr. Oriana elevate him.
Okay.
So have him log in, and then I'll have Mr. Oriana.
Okay.
Ms. Kerr. Ms. Kerr, I can't hear you, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Is your witness call? I mean, what's going on? Okay.
Yes, he's there.
All right. Can you come on? Can you come on camera, please, sir? And this is not the witness for the interpreter, right?
No, it's not.
Okay. Sir, can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay, your witness, ma'am.
Thank you. Can you state your name and spell it for the record, please?
Jamal, Jamal. Last name Mills, Mills.
Thank you. And Mr. Mills, what do you do for a living?
I work in the DC Fire Department and I also part-time manage at the lounge.
And when you say the lounge, you're referring to Marte Bar and
Monster
Lounge?
Bar Lounge, yep.
And you mentioned, what is your capacity that you work there?
Manager part-time.
Okay. And were you present at Marte Bar and Lounge on the night, I guess it was the morning of the incident in question?
Yes.
Can you tell us who else was present in the establishment?
There was 4 other people. It was Monty the owner. It
Objection
was
relevance.
Alam.
Hold
It was,
on, Mr. Hold on,
yeah.
Mr. Mills. Hold on. You're saying tell me, ma'am, why you're saying it's not relevant.
about who's in the establishment.
Mr. Mills, be quiet, please. When the attorney raises an objection, until I say you can answer the question, sir, you just wait until the attorneys to go back and forth, and then I will let you know whether or not you can answer the question, please. Okay, so hold on 1 minute, sir, while the attorneys are going back and forth. Go ahead, Ms. Hogan-Mill.
As we discussed previously, this isn't an operating after hours charge, so the relevance about who's in the establishment.
Ms. Kerr?
It's relevant to the fact of, you know, the report makes statements that there were patrons in there. And again, the veracity of the report is important, I think, to this board. And so I'm just establishing who was in there, what was happening, so that we can lead up to whether or not this report should be held as credible.
All right, I'm gonna overrule the objection, but remember the charge at hand, ma'am, is failure to provide the video. So this is what I need. So I'll give you some leeway so you can build a foundation, but you know what the issue at hand is, ma'am. Okay. All right. Go
Yes, I
ahead.
do. Thank you. Who was in the establishment when
The owner and 2 other employees, her boyfriend and one of my friends that normally take me home.
and what were those other 2 people doing there?
They was a ride home for the employees.
Thank you. And were you there with Miss Bekele Kerr the entire time that the inspector was there, the investigator?
Yes.
Did you ever hear the inspector request any video footage?
No, I haven't.
Did you hear the inspector request any documents from Miss Bekele Kerr?
Yes, and she gave her the certificate and her ID.
Okay, so with the documents you're referring to, who requested certificate and ID?
The investigator did, and the owner gave it to her. And then Marty asked the investigator for her ID, and she didn't provide it.
Do you know why she asked her for her ID?
Objection calls for speculation.
Well, hold on, sir. I'll allow the question.
Can you say one more time for me?
Do you know why Marte asked for the ID?
I think it's because she came in combative and aggressive and like just not normal.
At some point, did the police arrive on the scene?
Yes,
And were you outside with the police?
I was outside with the police.
At any time, did you identify yourself as Marte's husband?
No,
Did anyone identify you as Marte's husband?
no.
And what were you guys doing? Last question. What were you doing in the bar prior to the inspector arriving?
So we was cleaning up before she arrived on scene.
I have nothing further.
Ms. Hogan-Miller?
No cross.
Mr. Mills?
Yes.
When Miss Coates got there, do you know whether or not she showed Miss Bekele Kerr anything? Was she wearing a badge?
Well, I was right there behind the owner, and I didn't see any badge around her neck or anything like that. When I saw her, I didn't see anything.
So who did you think she was when she got there?
Well, when she came to the door and the owner unlocked it, she said, "I'm Abra." So just good faith. She just the Abra, come in.
All right. Any other questions by any board members? Ms. Hogan Miller, any questions of the witness based on the question that was asked, that I asked?
No,
Any redirect, Ms. Kerr?
nothing further.
Mr. Mills, thank you very much for your testimony today. You're free to go.
Yeah, thank you.
Any other witnesses?
Yes, Alem Ababi.
All right. Can we?
She needs, that's the interpreter.
All right.
Um,
Is she? We need to elevate her. Is she there?
I don't see her name, so let
Well,
me,
you need to text her so she can be elevated.
right.
Apologies, Chairman. Who are we waiting for?
What's her? So what's her name? Waiting for. I did not get the witness's name, but I'm waiting for Ms. Kerr to come back so she can let me know who the witness is. But um, Ms. Hogan Miller, do you know the name of the witness who was disclosed?
It's Alem Ababi.
Ababi?
Yes,
That's the first word. I'm sorry.
A-B-A-B-I.
No, I'm letting Mr. Oh, there. Okay.
There's
Can
a lemma.
Yes, yes. Can you, Miss Balakek, can you ask her to unmute herself, please? You're unmute, ma'am. So ask her to unmute herself if she can hear.
Hi.
All right. Can you ask her to come on camera, ma'am?
Camera. Oh,
Hold up, Miss Balakek. I'm addressing you, ma'am. I'm asking you to ask the witness to unmute herself, and I'm asking you to ask the witness to come on camera. I've not seen you open your mouth once, ma'am, and I'm addressing you.
I did. አለም እንደምን ዋልሽ? ካሜራሽንም ክፈቺ፣ ድምፅሽንም አንሚዩት አድርጊ። እሺ፣ ካሜራው ኦፍ መሆን አይችልም? Can the camera stay off?
No, I need her. Does she not know how to come on camera? Is she?
She's asking if her camera stay off.
All right. I want to see her. I need to see her to testify. Does she have a reason why she can't come on camera?
ለምንድን ነው ካሜራሽን መክፈት የማትችይው? መክፈት ስለማትችይ ነው ወይስ ምክንያት አለሽ? አሁን ልጄ እያገዘችኝ ነው ስላልቻልኩ ነበር። I couldn't access it and my sister is helping me.
I'm sorry, she said what? I can't hear. What did you say, ma'am?
She don't know how to turn on the camera, so her sister is helping her.
Okay, fine.
Hi.
Okay, fine. I can see her. Thank you. All right. Can you? I need her to. Okay. I need her to raise her right hand.
እጅሽን አንሺ፣ ቃለ መሐላ እንድትፈጽሚ።
Do you swear or affirm?
እዚህ የምትናገሪው ነገር በሙሉ
To tell the truth and nothing but the truth.
እውነቱና እውነቱን ብቻ እንደሆነ ቃል ትገቢያለሽ፣ አለበለዚያ በሕግ እንደሚያስጠይቅሽ ቃል እገባለሁ። Yeah, I do.
You're a witness, ma'am.
Thank you. Ms.
Georgia.
Ababi, can you state your name and spell it for the record?
ስምሽን ከነ አያት ስምሽ ከነ ስፔሊንጉ ተናገሪ። አለም አባቢ ABCA አባቢ። ኦኬ፣ ንገሪኝ ስምሽን በመጀመሪያ ስምሽን አለምን ስፔሊንጉ ተናገሪ። ALAMEM
Hold on. Okay, hold on 1 minute, please. Okay. Can you find out from the witness, is she by herself or is there someone there with her?
ሰው አብሮሻል ወይስ ብቻሽን ነሽ?
አሁን ብቻዬን ልጄ ነበረች ወጣለች።
My daughter was in here, but now I'm alone.
Fine, go ahead, ma'am. Go ahead.
Okay. And Miss Ababi, are you employed at Marte Bar and Lounge?
Marte Bar and Lounge ነው የምትሰሪው?
አዎ ሰርቨር ነኝ።
Yes, I'm a server there.
Okay. And were you present at Marte Bar and Lounge on the night of July, I guess the morning of July 26, 2025?
ወደ ንጋቱ ነው ጁላይ 8/26 እዛ ነበርሽ?
ነበርኩኝ።
Yes, I was there.
Chairperson, I object to this witness as cumulative. Now she will have been the fourth witness to talk about what happened on July 26th, and the board can't exclude cumulative evidence in this case.
I'm happy to not have her testify, but because she was going to testify that at no time did she hear the inspector ask for video footage. So I'm happy to just have that go on the record and not have her testimony.
No, I'm going to allow her to testify because it's your position is that I think you're saying the investigator is not credible that these. So I know that if she was there, let me hear what she has to say. So I'm going to overrule the objection, allow her to testify from her knowledge, so she can answer the question if she can. So go ahead.
I forgot what the question was.
Well, the long and short of it, ma'am, I'm not gonna. You can have her testify, but again, I've heard, so I just want to hear from her perspective. So go ahead, ma'am.
At any time during the time the inspector was in the lounge that morning,
የዛን ቀን ጠዋት ኢንስፔክተሯ ላውንጁ በመጣች ጊዜ
did you hear the inspector ask for video footage from Miss Beckley Kerr?
በመጣች ጊዜ በቪዲዮ እንድታሳያት ወይም ቪዲዮን የሚመለከት ነገር ባለቤቷን ምስራቅን ስትጠይቃት ሰምተሻል?
እኔ የሰማሁት ባለቤቷ አይዲ እና እንትን ስትሰጣት አይቻለሁ። የኤቢሲ እና አይዲዋን
I only saw the owner give the inspector her ID and license.
I'm all right. You asked a question about the video. Is that correct, ma'am?
Correct.
Ms. Kerr?
Correct.
Well, the answer is not responsive to the question, and I'm not quite sure what was said to her. So can you repeat your question to her, ma'am? Because the answer that was given was not responsive to, and I'm not sure if it was lost in translation. Miss Bella, just hold on a minute, please, ma'am. Miss Kerr, ask the question again, ma'am, please.
Okay. During the time that the investigator was at the bar, did you hear the investigator ask Miss Beckley Kerr for video footage?
የዛን ቀን ጠዋት መርማሪዋ በመጣች ጊዜ ባለቤቷን የቪዲዮ እንድታሳይኝ ብላ ስትጠይቃት ሰምተሻል ወይ ነው ጥያቄ። ስለዛ ጥያቄ ብቻ መልሺ።
አልሰማሁም።
I didn't hear that.
And you speak some English, is that right?
ትንሽ እንግሊዝኛ ትናገሪያለሽ አይደለም?
ለመስተንግዶ ለምናምን ሰማለው ተወሰነ እንጂ ያን ያህል አልችልም።
I don't speak English fluently, but I speak some English that helped me to serve for work. Only limited English.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Miss Hogan-Miller, go ahead.
Board's indulgence. Where were you when the owner and the inspector were speaking?
ኢንስፔክተሯና ባለቤቷ ሲነጋገሩ አንቺ የት ነበርሽ?
እኔ እያጸዳው ነበር።
I was cleaning.
No further question.
Okay. Can the witness please spell and state her name for the record again, please? The court reporter did not get it. So can the witness, can she state and spell her name for the record, please?
ስምሽን ስፔሊንጉን ንገሪኝ፣ እኔ እነግራቸዋለሁ። ስምሽን ተናገሪ ነው የሚልሽ ከነ ስፔሊንጉ።
አለም ለማ አባቢ።
ስፔሊንጉ እንዴት ነው የምትጽፊው?
ALAMLEME ለማ።
አባቢ
ABI
ABI. Alam, first name ALEM, middle name LEMA, Lama, last name ABI.
Okay. All right. Miss Alamabai. Miss Alamabai, if you don't speak English well enough, how do you know that she never asked the investigator for video? I'm sorry, hold on. How do you know that the investigator never asked her for video?
አንቺ የመጣችው መርማሪዋ ቪዲዮ አሳይኝ ብላ መጠየቅ አለመጠየቋን በምን አወቅሽ? እንግሊዘኛ በደንብ አልሰማም ብለሻል።
እንግሊዘኛ አልሰማም ማለት ማውራት አልችልም እንጂ የተወሰነ መስማት እንትን አለኝ፣ ግን ማውራት አልችልም።
I understand English, but I don't speak fluently. That's my English level.
All right. Any other questions by any board members? Ms. Hogan Miller, any questions of the witness based on the question I asked?
No.
Any redirect, Ms. Carr?
No.
Thank you. Ms. Alema, I thank you for your testimony today. Have a great day. And you can let her know, thank her for her Ms. Balcog, you can let her know, thank her for her testimony. She's free to go. And then you are also free to go, ma'am. Okay. Hold on. Hold on, mommy. You don't need any other. The interpreter is no longer needed, right, Ms. Kerr?
That's correct.
Okay, so
ለሰጠሽው ምስክርነት እናመሰግናለን። ጨርሰሻል።
አመሰግናለሁ።
And Ms. Belica, oh, well, she's gone. Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Ms. Belica. Thank you very much for being here today. You're now free to go. Thank you. Do you have another witness, Ms. Kerr?
I do not.
You rest.
Yes.
All right. The government ready for closing?
Yes.
Go ahead, ma'am.
May it please the board. Today we were here to prove the singular charge of the establishment interfering or failing to cooperate with an ABCA investigation for not providing video footage within 48 hours of the request. We had to prove that charge to you by substantial evidence. Substantial evidence is more than a mere scintilla. It means such relevant evidence as a reasonable mind might accept as adequate to support a conclusion. And also, the existence of substantial evidence to the contrary does not permit the agency to substitute its judgment for that to substitute its judgment. So looking today, the government has proved its case by substantial evidence. We've shown through the testimony of investigator Lakita Coates that the establishment did not provide the video footage within 48 hours. First, investigator Coates testified that when she went to the establishment, she requested the video footage from that night. And the reason she needed the investigation was to see whether the establishment was operating after hours. She also sent an email to the establishment to remind them about her request for video footage. The email she sent it to was the one that ABCA had in its records. And Investigator Coates and ABCA is not obligated to search for what's in its official records for the official email address for corresponding. Also, looking at the evidence presented today by the establishment's own admission, the email was sent to their agent. And so the agent's failure to forward it to the establishment would be the failure of the agent, not the agency. There's also no evidence in the records, such as a change of designation form or paperwork that the establishment said it did provide to ABCA, that it changed its official email address with ABCA or changed its agency designation. Lastly, Investigator Coates testified that she was never provided the video footage. That in and of itself would be enough to substantiate the charge. And the agency wants, or the establishment wants to make a lot of hay about this email address. They don't have it, but that's irrelevant. Investigator Coates testified that she made the oral request that night. And now we have a case of weighing evidence about the testimony of Investigator Coates and the testimony of the establishment and its employees. So let's look at how we should weigh this. Investigator Coates is an investigator with ABCA. Her job is to go to establishments probably almost every night, do investigations, and to make these requests of establishments for documents, for video footage, so she's able to determine whether violations of the DC Code have been established. And now let's look at the actions of the establishment. At every turn, they were unwilling to cooperate with Investigator Coates, who testified that she identified herself as an ABCA investigator, and the witnesses said as such that she did identify herself as an ABCA investigator, shared her badge and ID, and provided this additional evidence that she was from the agency. And in response to that, what did the establishment do? They refused to provide Investigator Coates, the owner refused to provide her ID, a basic request that's made almost every case when an investigator goes to the establishment, when they identify the owner or the ABC manager, so they know who they talk to. Also, the establishment called MPD on an ABCA investigator, and only then were they willing to provide the ID to the Investigator Coates. The owner corroborated that she was the one who called MPD on an ABCA investigator. And this is behavior that the agency cannot have when it has to go, the investigators need to go to these licensed alcohol establishments every night and needs the establishments to cooperate with them to do these investigations. And if MPD is called on the investigators when they go so they can get this information, that is not enough. And so in weighing this, the board should weigh more heavily Investigator Coates' testimony, a reliable ABCA investigator who was doing her job, instead of the establishment who was trying to divert information from Investigator Coates. So looking at the evidence, the government has proven its case by substantial evidence. It had made the oral request to the establishment, and that's enough. These other requirements aren't in the code or the regulation for requesting video footage from an establishment. Investigator Coates emailed, as an additional step, the email on record for the establishment to provide them a reminder, a courtesy that she gave them, and they did not provide the video footage. And even in the documentation that the establishment has provided and Investigator Coates testified, she has had dealings with this establishment before. So the establishment could also reach out to Investigator Coates to clarify if they had questions for her. So in this case, the government has proven its charge. Investigator Coates requested the establishment failed to provide it.
Ms. Kerr,
Therefore, the
hold on, Ms.
government
Kerr, can you mute your line, please, ma'am? I'm sorry, Ms. Hogan Miller, but the interference was coming in. Go ahead.
For those reasons, because of the evidence provided in this case, the government would ask that you find its favor in the charge and assess the higher end of the penalty for this case. Thank you.
Ms. Kerr.
Thank you. I want to start by first saying that in her closing, Ms. Hogan Miller mentioned that Ms. Becca Lake Kerr said that this was her agent, and that is absolutely not what she said. She made clear that this was an agent who assisted her in the past, and that she changed her email address with ABCA. She also said that she has always used Meserak01@yahoo.com consistently from the time that she did her application to the present. And her testimony deserves just as much credit as Investigator Coates, who had the opportunity to bring to the hearing today a copy of whatever it was that she said that she looked at to say that that was the address on file. And she did not do that. She had the opportunity to make a printout of what she believed was the official address, and she did not. And so we now have a situation where we have a licensee who showed different exhibits over the course of the time that she has had her license, where all of those correspondences from ABCA had come from Meserak01@yahoo.com. That cannot be denied. And nowhere in our exhibits did we show that Mizrak, Bekele Kerr, ever used loyal tax acct.@gmail.com as her address. And so the point was, she said that she recognized that email, perhaps because that is the email of the agent that she used in 2023. That testimony was very clear. It was also very clear, like I said, that she made clear that she went and with Franklin officially changed her email to remove that email from her file so that all correspondences would go to her directly. And so that was specifically stated. Now, it seems like the government is saying that Investigator Coates is an ABCA investigator and therefore should get some deference when it comes to credibility. However, this is the same Investigator Coates who sat here at this hearing and told the board that the veracity of her report is not the most important thing. And so when we had conversations about the different pieces of her report that seemed like they were there for assumptions and that were incorrect, at some point it seemed as though it was not important. But to be clear, in her report, she says that Miss Bekele Kerr's husband was present. We've had testimony from two people who said that he was never there. We have testimony from two people that she never requested video footage. And even if the footage she requested, even if she did request video footage, her own words make clear that she did not request specific footage for a specific amount of time that can show anything from 2 to 4. Then she made the point that that was definitely in her report. I said, find it. And she was unable to find that. So in terms of giving her the assumption that she's telling the truth or that she is credible, I would submit that that is not the case, because she says that something was written in the report. It wasn't in the report. And the things that she is now saying after the fact were not written in the report. So I wanted to point that out before I started. And yes, the government is correct that the board shall only base its decision on the substantial evidence contained in the record. The substantial evidence standard requires the board to rely on such relevant evidence as a reasonable mind might accept as adequate to support a conclusion. This charge fails for a simple reason. There's no credible evidence to support the conclusion that a proper request for video footage was ever given to my client. First, the government presented evidence that the investigator made a video request footage on the morning of the incident. As we discussed, we have 3 different witnesses who testified that no such request was made. And even if the board credits the investigator's statement that she asked for video footage to show that the cups contained no alcohol, such a vague request does not meet the level of specificity required. In Boulevard Lounge, this board ruled in favor of the government, in part because request was specific. Specifically, the request in Boulevard was, I want the name and the contact information for the security personnel who was working at the establishment on the night of January 22nd. That is very specific. And so therefore, the licensee could go and get the names of those particular individuals and turn it over to the investigator. In this case, that's not what happened. It argued that the investigator did not ask for a specific time of footage even though she said she did. And when she went looking for it in the report, it was not in the report. So therefore, after the fact, after the night, she tried to fix that deficient request if it ever even happened. And so you will find that after that, she sent an email where she then said, I want it from 2 a.m. to 4 a.m. I want it to show, the bar. And then she was very specific in that request. The problem is that request never went to my client. That request went to an email that my client has changed and no longer has any affiliation with that particular email address. And so at the end of the day, the government's burden is to show that they sent the email to my client and it was delivered to my client, and they have not met that burden. There's nothing on record, no evidence except investigator Coates' testimony that that is the record, that is the email on record with ABCA. However, on the other side of that, my client has shown since 2023 that even when that agent was assisting her, her name and email address was still present in ABCA's records. And my client testified that she then, after that license, her initial license, removed that local tax from as her any affiliation to her. And she showed in her substantial change where all of her records and all of the emails from ABCA went to mesorac01@yahoo.com. Even the hearing notice for today had mesorac01@yahoo.com on it. And so therefore, the government has not met its burden to show that it delivered or requested video footage from my client. And without a request, without a communication, and without any failure to comply, the essential elements of the section that my client is charged with were not met. And we would ask that this charge be dismissed.
Thank you. The record is now closed. Do the parties wish to file proposed findings of fact and conclusion of law or waive their right to do so? Yes, no?
I actually would like to have the opportunity to do a written closing or a proposed.
It's not a written closing, ma'am. It's proposed findings of fact and conclusion of law, meaning that you are basically writing the order. You said these are the facts and this is what the law. So you're not bringing anything new in. It's if you were to do that, it's a matter of reviewing the transcript and use the transcript to support to say these are the facts and this is a proposed order. So it's not you bringing in new information.
We'd be using the transcript to do the proposed order, correct?
Yes, so I just want to say what a proposed findings of fact and conclusion of law is that the transcript will be made available in approximately 3 weeks, and then you have 30 days from when the transcript is you receive the transcript to provide the agency with the proposed findings of fact and conclusion of law, and if you change your mind, then you let us know prior to that. So you want to do a proposed findings of fact?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, so as I stated before, the transcript will be available in 3 weeks, and then the proposed findings of fact and conclusion of law, they're due to the board 30 days after receipt of that transcript. Okay, so let me close the record for this case. All right. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia, in accordance with DC Official Code Section 2-575 of the Open Meetings Act, I move that ABC Board hold a closed meeting for the purpose of seeking legal advice from our counsel on case number 25 CMP 00089 Marty Bar and Lounge, pursuant to DC Official Code Section 2-575B4A of the Open Meetings Act, and deliberating upon case number 25 CMP 00089 Marty Bar and Lounge for the reasons cited in DC Official Code Section 2-575B13 of the Open Meetings Act. Is there a second?
Ms. Quinn, I second.
Ms. Quinn, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant,
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn,
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows,
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones,
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. As the motion has passed 5-0, I hereby give notice that the ABC Board will recess its proceedings to hold a closed meeting pursuant to Section 2-575 of the Open Meetings Act. Thank you very much for your presentation today. As stated before, the transcripts will become available in approximately 3 weeks. The proposed findings and fact and conclusion of law are due 30 days upon receipt of the transcript. If the parties change their mind, please inform the board as soon as possible. Thank you for your presentation today. Have a great day.
Thank you, board members.
All right then.
Thank you.
All right, bye-bye. And the next case in our calendar is case number 25 CMP 00044, Tipsy Lounge and Restaurant license number 11141. Mr. Oriana, can you please elevate the parties in this case?
Good thing. Cameron Mixon, access elevated. Anthony Shello, access elevated. And that appears to be all term.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, we also have Helen Halulu and Eobus Beha for respondent.
Okay, Mr. Oriana, are they there? Can you elevate them, please?
No, they're not there.
There's nobody there, Mr. Mixon.
Apologies, Mr. Chair, that is news to me.
What is their names again?
Helen Halulu and Eobus Beha.
Okay, yeah, they're not there.
Well, let's start off and then we'll
Helen just showed up.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. All right. Can the parties identify themselves for the record? Start with the government.
Assistant Attorney General Anthony Cello, ANTHONY CELO, on behalf of the government.
Good morning. I'm sorry. Good afternoon.
Not quite.
Mr.
Mixon.
Cameron Mixon, counsel for respondent, CAMERON MIXON.
Is your client here with you, sir?
The managing partner for the licensee entity is in recovery following a series of strokes.
I just wanted, if the client was here, then I would ask them to introduce themselves for the record. That's all.
Ms. Halu is functioning as his designated representative.
Oh, when she can identify herself for the record. That's why I want to do that. Ms. Halo, can you come on camera and spell and state your name for the record, ma'am?
Hello, my name is Helen Hailu. I'm the manager, ABC manager for Tipsy Restaurant and Lounge in U Street.
Can you spell your name, ma'am?
First name is HELLEN, last name is HAILU.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Mr. Thilo, are there any preliminary matters?
Yes, Mr. Chair. The government is moving for a continuance in this matter. We did request a continuance last night. I understand that respondent has not consented. And the legal counsel advised that we request orally the continuance. My witness, investigator Nelson, has the flu. Because we did not have consent, she was home from work today, but she did make her way in to this board, denied the motion for consent. She has been sitting at work all afternoon for the last hearing, which we knew took a while. And frankly, at this point, She's been working with the flu. It's nearly 5 o'clock. I asked for that she can go home and crawl into bed and that we can pick this up when my witness is healthy.
Mr. Mixon.
I've been instructed by the respondent that due to the number of instances in which this matter has been continued, and in light of the fact that Ms. Nelson was not the author of the report or the responding investigator, to move for dismissal of this matter and or otherwise reject continuance of the hearing.
And if I may respond.
Yes, sir, go ahead.
I acknowledge that there have been a lot of continuances in this case. I would note that that has been from all sides. Both parties have filed continuances for various good reasons, and the board has sua sponte continued this case for various good reasons. So while this case is unfortunate in that it has been kicked a number of times, I just want to be clear that everybody involved has been involved in at least one, I think more than one continuance.
I will grant I'll grant a short continuance. I think the unfortunate thing it's almost 5 o'clock, although the board does not necessarily have a specific time. I mean, we convene hearings until the hearing is done, but I think in this particular case, I'm going to grant the government's motion over the applicant's consent to continue this matter as this is a violation of a settlement agreement failure to provide video footage within 48 hours. This is not if this was an application for a new license, I would not have approved it, but I don't necessarily believe that there is a harm to the licensee to grant a short continuance. So I will grant a short continuance of this case over the objection of Mr. Mixon. Also, Mr. Mixon, you stated that your client is, although there's a representative here, but you also stated that your client is not available to participate, that we have the ABC manager is stepping in to testify as a client. So I think that in this particular case, I'm going to grant a short continuance of this case, and no further continuance will be granted by this board.
Understood, Mr. Chair. I would just note it is a somewhat unique situation. The managing partner, the licensee, is in an extended recovery from a chronic health condition, and I don't know whether they will be able to be physically present for these proceedings going forward. He's been acting through representatives. Would it be possible to then continue through a proxy designated representative?
I mean that's fine. Have you provided the agency that information that I guess Ms. Hulu is able to represent the establishment? Have you provided that to the agency?
Would a written motion would that be ideal, or?
That's what I'm saying. So therefore we couldn't move forward. We could not move forward with this hearing today, sir, because you have not provided the board, the agency, with a representation. I know that you represent the establishment. Well, I guess in this particular case, you have a notice of appearance that you do represent the licensee. So in this particular case, that would not be relevant, because as an attorney, I'm not gonna doubt that your representation. So let me withdraw what I just stated, Mr. Mixon. But as I said before, in this particular case, based on the unavailability of the witnesses not healthy, and the lateness of the hour, the board will approve a short continuance and no further continuances. Yes, Mr. Silo.
May I request, Mr. Anderson, just because there are no further continuances being granted, that the scheduling arm of ABCA confirm calendars with council before setting this, so we don't have anyone with a conflict?
I will provide that information to our general counsel's office, that they consult with council to reschedule the hearing. But I'm just letting the parties know that there will be no further continuances. If the government's witness is not available, then the government then would have to either withdraw or dismiss the matter. And for whatever reason, Mr. Mixon, if you or some other witness is not available, the board will not grant any additional continuances. Okay?
Understood, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for your appearance today, both. I have a great day. All right, then. And with that said, the board has concluded its business for the day. So let me close the record. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia, in accordance with Title III, Chapter 405, Office of Open Government, I move that ABC Board hold a closed meeting on April 8th for the purpose of discussing and hearing reports concerning ongoing or planned investigations of alleged criminal or civil misconduct or violations of law or regulations, and seeking legal advice from our legal counsel on the board's investigative agenda, legal agenda, and licensing agenda for April 8th, as published in DC Register on April 3rd. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. I'll now take a roll call vote on the motion before us, and now that it has been properly seconded. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. As the motion has passed, I hereby give notice that ABC Board will hold this closed meeting. Pursuant to the Open Meetings Act, notice will also be posted on the ABC Board hearing room bulletin board, placed on electronic calendar on ABCA's website, and published in DC Register in as timely a manner as practical. We're now adjourned for the day. We'd like to thank all board members for their time and attention to this hearing today, and all public for the public who have also participated in our hearings today. Thank you very much. We're adjourned for the day. I now ask all board members to return to executive session for further action. Thank you. Bye-bye.